Hello again, everyone, and welcome again to Union University basketball. I'm Steve Beverly, along with the coach, Mark Campbell, as we preview the women's half of tonight's doubleheader against Shorter University from Rome, Georgia. And Mark, as we look at how things went on your road trip, you had two victories, one that you were down in the 50s and arguably the lowest scoring game of the season, and then a very strong victory over Alabama Huntsville. Give us your takeaways from those two games.
Yeah, I think whenever you come back from Christmas, obviously we played really good against Lane. Got on the road pretty quickly, had very little practice time. And, West Alabama's really well coached. Rusty's a great guy. We had a flat tire. He and his assistant drove for an hour to come pick us up an hour before a game. And so it's good to have good people in the league that you respect and want to be around outside of basketball. So they were just really well prepared. They're very athletic at a lot of different positions and really hurt us in the press early on. I got out of it. I shouldn't have done that. And we really shot the ball badly. I think we shot 32% from the field and 17% from three and won a game on the road. And so it's a rare better. I thought we're being more attentive to scouting reports. And then against Alabama Huntsville, we just played extremely well the whole game.
Let's look at, in particular, as you look in against a team like Shorter tonight, it's been a rough season for them. You can't argue with that with the record because they've only won one game overall, and that was one game in the conference. How do you get your teams to not look at the record and just be focused on the fact, well, this team comes in and they've just seemingly had difficulties with almost everybody, and focus on what you do and what you do best?
Yeah, I think that just starts in how you go about doing things all year long. I don't think that you can tell a difference to me after losses or after wins a lot of time. I think that there's details that we have to observe. I told him this week that some people define toughness as this bravado, this way you carry yourself and your physicality, all those things. And really toughness is just execution. And we are not a good executing team. And so when it comes down to execution, that's really how we should evaluate our performance. And we aren't executing. And there's a reason why we're not executing. We just got to get better at it. And so I hope I'm enough problem for them that they don't think about their opponents, because we're wanting to have perfect possessions. And it's possible to have a perfect possession. And I think that's what we're after, is trying to get perfect possessions that allows us to be a tough team to play against. And teams that execute and pay attention to details, know how to do things, know why it works, and believe in the process of doing it. Those are the tough teams. It's not the people that act like they're physically more powerful than somebody else. And so we definitely aren't that. So we need to find our strength in being able to do things correctly.
Let's talk about this Shorter team tonight. What do they bring to the table, and what do you see are the keys to the game for Union?
I think the keys to the game are just us. I mean, I would say this against every team we play. Can we play harder than other people? Can we execute better than other people? At the end of the game, can we look like we love each other more than that? I think it really comes down to that. Being a great teammate is not being a teammate when things go well. Actually, we don't find out we're great teammates until things aren't going well. And the more times we're in situations that are difficult, the more we reveal about who we are. And so I think it's just about us. And I think it's been about us the whole year. The way we're playing is about us, and how hard we're trying to play, having waves of people come off the bench and be just as effective in their ability to play hard.
Well, Mark, we're going to take it right down to the floor and get ready for this one tonight. And we wish you a lot of good success. And then we'll be checking in with you at the end, and particularly in going through all these stats tonight and seeing how all of these pregame predictions measure up. I look forward to seeing you down on the floor.
Thanks, Steve.
All right. And now let's go down to the floor for tonight's starting lineups.
And now live from Fred DeLay Gymnasium on David Blackstock Court, BallGame Blitz Sports Network brings you your starting lineups for tonight's game. First off, for the Shorter Lady Hawks, Kira Peterson, she is a 5'10 freshman from Hampton, Georgia. Derica McCall, she's a 5'8 sophomore from Haynesville, Alabama, and a community college transfer. Tiara Lewis goes 6'1", a sophomore from Marietta, Georgia. That's where the Atlanta Braves play baseball now. Jordan Tanksley, she is a 5'8 freshman from Evans, Georgia. That's on the road toward Augusta. And then Caitlin Richards, she is a 6'1 sophomore from Dalton, Georgia, the carpet capital of the world. And now let's go to the Lady Bulldogs starting lineup tonight. You got the Lucas sisters in there once again, and Shanique leading this team with a 13-point-a-game average, 4 rebounds, so she leading in both scoring and rebounding. Kashara Lucas, her sister, is the leader in assists with 28. Samaria Bug Thompson, she goes 5'6", the senior from Dyersburg, Tennessee. And Samaria Bug is really having herself quite a season, averaging 11.5 per game. Bethany Dillard back in the starting lineup, and she is a 5'10 sophomore from Maumelle, Arkansas, just outside of Little Rock, averaging 9 points a game and 45% from the floor. And Naomi Van Ness, and I will tell you, I found out what her nickname is, and I'll tell you that during the game tonight. Naomi, she's 6'6", originally from Dorchester, England, but she has lived on this side of the Atlantic for 13 years. So she is really now speaking more of an American accent than she does a British. Those are your starting lineups for tonight for Union and Shorter, brought to you by Worthy Road Studios and BallGame Blitz Sports Network. And at this point, I'm going to head down for the national anthem, and then I'll be back up to bring you all the play-by-play of tonight's action. And here we go. Shanique Lucas, leading scorer and rebounder for the Lady Bulldogs. They come in tonight, and there's Keisha Lucas, her sister. They're on a 6-game winning streak, 10-2, 8-2 in the Gulf South Conference. Bug Thompson and Bethany Dillard. And she will be followed by Naomi Van Ness, who I have been told by a close friend that she is known to many as Nay. So there is Nay Van Ness, and she's going to kill me when she finds out who told me that. Oh, my goodness. Shorter, it has been a struggling year for both men's and women's team. Lashina Brooks' team comes in 1-12 on the season. The one victory they have was in the conference, and they would love nothing better than to create havoc on this floor for the Lady Bulldogs and pull an upset off. And as Mark Campbell says, you cannot take a solitary school in this conference for granted on any given evening. There's just no way you can. So Mark is starting the 5 that he began to go with. But as we have told you since the beginning of the season, with this new type of defense where they are pressing the entire game, then you're going to see them literally shuttle people in and out about every 3 minutes. And sometimes this is an entire 5-some. And there you go. Bethany Dillard with the 3 right off the bat. You can't give her that long. And there you go. You got 5 that are pressing up front. And they are double-teaming the ball out of bounds, 24 on the shot clock. So they got 4 seconds to be able to navigate this across midcourt. Tanksley is going to toss it in, and they're going to make it. They went between the defenders that time, and she's trying to run around Van Ness. That's a hard task to do, and that shot goes astray, and Van Ness the rebound. Union speed is also very, very crucial in this game. And open is Shanique. And open for the 3, and Union hitting 2 bombs right to start with tonight to make it a 6-0 game. And trying an answer shot. And indeed, connecting on that is Tanksley. So we got a 6-3 game. Actually, they give her a 2. They said she was on top of the line. And from the corner, another 3. Union is 3 for 3 to make it a 9-2 game. Bug Thompson from the corner, and she's picked up her pace from behind the arc. And Union, once they get back down the floor, it's this intense man-to-man defense all night long. Big 3, the bomb is off the mark, but the rebound to Wilson. And from behind the arc, that one's going to go short, and Van Ness yet another board. And Shanique is open down in the corner to Thompson. Now watch Dillard. Well, that's the first miss of the night. You knew it had to happen, but look at Shanique fight for that rebound. She's going to be going after every loose ball on the floor that she's in the vicinity of. Inside to Van Ness, and she overshot it. She got a little bit of defensive pressure there, even though her defender was giving up about 4 inches. And trying to go to the side, going for the bomb again, and connecting. Lindsey Harden, the 5'10 junior from Spartanburg, South Carolina, which is where I used to live back in the 1980s. I worked for WSPA TV there. And it is Keisha, who does not usually get them from the side, but the backup follow-up by Nay Van Ness to make it an 11-5 game for Union. And so very brisk pace to the scoring to begin with. And watch this, they're trying to go against Van Ness, and she traveled. Yep, when she turned her back to the basket, Peterson just did not have any kind of brakes on, and she changed that pivot foot and slid. First turnover of the game, and so it is Union to play it. This Union team on the season is averaging 26 points off turnovers, and that's close to a record, if not so. And a lot of it is this intense pressure. Leah Church, who you're going to meet at halftime of our men's game tonight, and it's one of the most delightful interviews that I've ever had. Her parents are here for both these games this weekend. Down to 3. Shanique's going to have to make something happen. Desperation 3. It's there, right on the horn for Leah Cauble. Leah saw where the clock was, and she just let it fly. Union up 14-5, and they got to hurry to try to get this one in. And knocked away. 2 seconds have come off the shot clock, and yet again we've got Shiley Morrison checking in along with Keely Robinson. And the Lucas sisters check out. And the big bomb going down the floor for the home run and getting it all the way down. That's one way you can beat the press, and Tanksley connects to cut the lead to 14-7. This is starting out like a high-scoring affair. And they're challenging Union, particularly up in the perimeter. But those quick passes, and Church with the 3. So Leah, the young lady from Purlear, North Carolina, near Boone, makes it a 17-7 game. And Union is just hitting bombs away tonight. Jumper from about 14 feet is there for Hardin. She is their leading scorer. In fact, the game's leading scorer with 5. And this action is so fast, it is hard to really keep up with who's doing what. My director, Christopher Reasons, he knows who everybody is that's handling the ball tonight. 14 on the shot clock for the Lady Bulldogs. And going for the bomb again and connecting again. It's Cauble with 6. Union is 6 out of 8 from behind the arc, leading 20-9. They are just letting it fly. And look at that defensive pressure by Shiley Morrison. They try to get it on the inside to Richards, and this is going to be a scrum and jump ball, and the alternate possession will go back to the women of Shorter. Beautiful, beautiful campus in a wonderful city in Georgia, in Rome. It's just a fabulous place, and it is one of the prettiest places in North Georgia. As a native Georgian, I can tell you I've traveled and vacationed there many times. And trying to just push her way inside, and Richards just willed that in physically. A 20-11 game. We're halfway through the first quarter. And Shorter is shooting well, too, 57%. The jumper 3 is off the mark for Lauren West. And the jumper iron was unkind for McCall. McCall averages 10 a game, as does Tiara Lewis. Union's going to slow the tempo down a bit. We haven't had a break in the action. We haven't had a personal foul called. They got to hurry now, down to 8 on the shot clock. Morrison's got to get somebody open or take it himself. And Church had to put up a desperation. Yep, nobody was coming open in the paint area toward the ball, and that was a little bit disorganized. And so it's time for all of them to talk it over a little bit. You talk yourself over with what you're going to see in this message with Union on top, 20-11.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
Well, first 6 minutes of this contest, both teams shooting very well. Union 7 of 12 overall for 58%. Shorter 5 of 9 for 56%. But it's in the three-pointers that the big difference is made. Union 6 out of 10 for 60%. So 18 of the 20 points have come from behind the arc. Shorter, 1 out of 3 for 33%. Nobody has even committed a personal foul, so nobody's been to the free throw line. Union with the edge in rebounding, 5-3. And that brings you up to date on your BallGame Blitz Sports Network stat sheet. This is a rather young, shorter team. You see a lot of freshmen and sophomores on this ball club. A lot of promise for the future with them, but having to deal with this Lady Bulldog all-court press is just an intense challenge, and it wears you out. Almost stolen. That was a high leap by Leah Cauble. Setting the play. And again, there's a lot of rotation. They want to get it inside to Richards if they can. And the fall away is not there, and the rebound to Thompson. And Bug is always looking down the floor as to who's open. Knocked away by Kemp. Nice defensive play on the part of Tylia Kemp. She is a 5'10 freshman from Grayson, Georgia. And to all you parents, grandparents, aunts and uncles, brothers and sisters, cousins, and good friends who are watching your favorites from both of these teams, we send a special hello to you tonight, and especially to those of you who are watching from Shorter. We're glad to have you on board, and we're glad that this gives you the opportunity to see what your loved ones are doing. Underneath, forced by Van Ness. You have to double and triple team her to the point that forces her to rush shots. About a 14-foot jumper is off the mark. And scrambling to save it was Kemp. So they get a second opportunity at it. Shorter has been in some of the games, and the three is astray, and the rebound to Kisharna Lucas. And inside to Van Ness, and the screen is there, and the three is not. So a nice rebound by Harden. This team is really intense in their dribble drive penetration, and a nice floater going through for Tanksley. She's now the game leader along with Cauble with 6. Open for the three. Shanique has it right through the heart. That's her second three of the game, and Union on top by 10 at 23-13. They may get 30 in this first quarter alone. Jumper. Off the mark, and Van Ness the rebound. That's already 3 for Ney. Thompson's found an opening, but instead it's Lucas again. Lucas hits again. Boy, is she burning them from the corners, and that's 9 for Shanique, and that's timeout Shorter. So your score, Union 26, Shorter 13. Back with more after this.
We realize you have a busy lifestyle, and at the Bank of Jackson, we're here to help you fulfill all of your financial needs, personal and business loans, mortgages, online banking and bill pay, and so much more. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Bank of Jackson, one of our great sponsors, Gary Grisham and his wife, they're here tonight supporting the Lady Bulldogs as they have been for so many years. We're just glad that they are a sponsor of Union University basketball. Mark Campbell with that intense coaching. He's not showing any kind of, shall we say, sermonette at this point in time because Union has really been doing quite well, 56% from the floor and 62% in three-pointers. That'll probably come down during the course of the evening, but already 26 on the board here with 2 minutes and 6 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Remind everybody, we're back here again Saturday afternoon. Our airtime will be 1:45, and it will be a biggie. Union in lead, both ends of that doubleheader, but particularly the long-time rivalry between Union and Lee. Coach Marty Rowe will have his team prepared. They are still undefeated in the Gulf South Conference. And they've managed to penetrate that press pretty well every time. There's only been one turnover by each team in the game. And it's McCall with 13 on the shot clock, tipped away by Bug. She's going to have to try to do it between two and lost it right back. She just didn't have control, and that's going to be an all the way. All the way down for McCall, and that was great concentration after giving it up at the opposite end. So Union gives up the first points off turnovers tonight. It's 26-15. Union has picked up one three-point basket off the single turnover, and from the corner it's Dillard. Boy, is her hand hot tonight. You'd have thought that she had it inside of an oven. 29-15 with 70 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Union going for its 7th consecutive victory. Richards wide open and can't get the angle right. But the follow in, she was absolutely robbed. Peterson had it right there, and the iron was just brutal. Union has just been, and that one just had no authority on the pass, and that one's going to go all the way down, and she missed the curl. Oh, my goodness. Peterson had a free ticket and just couldn't cash it in. We're down to 22 on the shot clock, and the foul on the drive in is on Richards. No, instead they're going to go the other way around. So Union gives it up. And set to toss it in is going to be Wilson. A 29-15 lead for Union. They're going to have to hurry, and that one was just a lackadaisical pass. They couldn't save it, and Morrison right in front of Coach Brooks had a bit of a grin on her face. So they still have 27, and they've got 7 to get it across midcourt. And Cauble, along with Lucas, double-teaming the ball. They're all over it. And the jumper. A 13-footer goes astray, and out of bounds back to Union with an opportunity to get the final shot with 16 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Mark calls the play, and here they come. Down to 10. Now down to 6. They're going to have to hurry. Wild pass, and it's Dillard, short, you knew it. And McCready could not get anything up because there was only about a half second when she got the offensive rebound. But Union with a solid first quarter to lead it 29-15, and I think that's probably the highest scoring quarter they've had all season long. So, with a 14-point margin, we're going to take this break. You watch this message of interest, and we'll be back to tell you how the scoring's going.
Championship DNA. That's what you find at Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. A full line of new Chevrolets plus West Tennessee's largest used car inventory. State-of-the-art service work and pre-approved auto loans online at JonesChevroletHumboldt.com. Shop with a winner. Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. The most important benefit when you buy from Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way? Peace of mind. Jones Chevrolet's warranty forever comes with every qualifying new and pre-owned vehicle. Powertrain coverage for as long as you own your vehicle. Find out more at Jones Chevrolet in Three-Way.
Lady Bulldogs in their huddle, and so far in our Worthy Road Studios scoreboard right here, for Shorter, Tanksley is their leading scorer with 6, and Hardin has 5. They have had 4 Shorter players to score in their 15 points. Union's had a half dozen Lady Bulldogs to tally on the scoreboard. 9, the leader for Shanique Lucas, where you pretty well would expect she is. She is 3 for 4 from behind the arc. 6 each for Leah Cauble and Bethany Dillard. And for Union, Here, how about this? 27 of their 29 points have been three-pointers. They've only had one conventional basket, and that was from Naomi Van Ness. And Naomi is not the kind that's probably going to put up a three-pointer in the game tonight, although if they got her a screen, maybe she'd try it. So Union with the ball to start this second quarter of action. And that curl was tipped away. They got the screen. McCready has been throwing some incredible screens, and it is Bethany Dillard once again. Bethany now with 9. She's 3 of 5 from behind the arc, and it's 32-15. And just getting a step, but what a block on the inside, a second block. Union gets 2 blocks, one of them by Caldwell and one by McCready. And you don't usually see that happen on a single possession. 19 on the shot clock for the Lady Hawks. Trying to find anybody to get open against this man-to-man pressure, and it goes off the hands of Richards, but they said it was last touched by Anna McCready. Tell you, Anna McCready is a tremendous defensive player, and I'm glad to see her getting some game action this season. Only a half minute into our second quarter. 10 on the shot clock for Shorter, and nobody was home, and here comes Caldwell. It's a 2-on-3, but Caldwell thought about taking it all the way. It was knocked away by Wilson. So Union will still have 25 to navigate some kind of a shot or basket. And checking in for the Lady Bulldogs, Keely Robinson, Leah Church, and it's Lauren West. So we got a triple substitution from Mark Campbell. And Church, who had a hot hand in our last TV game with 5 3-pointers. And when she gets open, she can burn you. Now watch that rotation underneath. 10 on the shot clock now. Caldwell's going to have to find somebody open. And the jumper. Yes, sir! She counted that time down. She hurt her teammates, and Leah Caldwell now with 8. 19-point lead for the Lady Bulldogs, almost stolen by Church. And, in fact, she forced the turnover. That is the 4th mistake by Shorter. And, again, that's the quick hands of Leah Church making a difference there. I know her parents are thrilled to see that. And, as I say, at halftime of the men's game, you're going to have that one just went nowhere for Lauren West. Tell you what, you couldn't have slid across an ironing board and caught that one. So for Union, that's turnover number 5. Lady Bulldogs in firm command of this one, and that double team is giving all kinds of problems for Tanksley. But they still have 20 to go in the possession. She's got to hurry to get this one in, and that is a 5-second violation. And so Union has it. That was just a case of Union defense had everybody covered. And she just had no one to toss it into. And they're going to work that perimeter. Church is going to almost lose that one, but puts up the 3, and it's off the mark. I think that was one of those situations where the fact that it was almost stolen with that lob pass threw her timing off. Double teaming that ball, it's tipped away, and so Shorter will play it. And it is a 10-second violation. They did not get it across midcourt, so it doesn't matter. It's Union's ball. And Coach Brooks is just coaching her team away, telling them what they have to do to just somehow obliterate this Union all-court press. And Mark spreads them out this time. Wide open for the 3. No, iron unkind for Church. But open again is West. Iron unkind for her. The iron has just been terrible for those 2 young ladies, but the foul. And believe it or not, that is the first personal foul called in this game, and we're 2.5 minutes into the second quarter. It's charged to Leah Caldwell. So Union is bringing 4 up front for the press. And almost stolen by Shanique Lucas. She was like a mouse coming out of a mouse hole trying to grab a hold of that one. Robinson is giving them all kinds of problems in the corner. And here comes McCall on the bicycle. McCall's going to take her time. Pace of the scoring has slowed a bit, and you kind of had a feeling it would have been. It was 29-15 at the end of the first quarter, and big three. And the bomb is there for Patterson. Amaya Patterson, she is from Orlando, Florida. And gets her first long-distance shot of the game. Cauble is all over the place trying to find somebody open. Church is open. Instead, it's going to be Cauble. Boy, I tell you what, she had an enormous amount of strength to put that one up, and it just caromed off. Union cooling off from behind the arc, and substitutions checking in with 6:39 to go in the first half. Van Ness is back in, Thompson back in. I think we're pretty well going to see just about the entire starting lineup back in to the contest. Well, the way this offense is played now, Shanique Lucas plays a lot fewer minutes. We had one game recently that she was the leading scorer and only played 17 minutes in the game. They work the perimeter. Big push. And the three is just too hard. And the follow is not there for Peterson. I got to tell you, though, there's a lot of physical strength on the part of Patterson because she put that one up from about 30 feet outside and nearly got it to drop. A new 20 for Shorter. And again, she had to hurry. Lucas made a stab at it. The jumper. Nope. Too hard on the back of the iron, and Van Ness comes down with her 5th rebound of the game. She's setting all kinds of screens, but they go underneath, inside, and she can't get it to go back. But her offensive rebound is there, and the foul. So Nay drops her second field goal through of the game, and that is the first foul of the contest on Shorter. So it doesn't look like fouls are going to be a big issue here. That foul was charged to Patterson. That's her first. And so Van Ness will go to the free throw line. She is only a 43% shooter, but if she could give you a three-point play right here, you'll take anything you can get. And off the back of the iron, but they get the offensive board with Keisha Lucas. There they go again. Van Ness behind everybody in this foul. That's how they like to do the bread and butter with that. And the foul is charged to Richards, her first. So Nay goes to the free throw line for 2. We'll have to, at some point during our doubleheader tonight, I think Naomi will find out how I knew what her nickname is, and she gets it. Well, the way she's rebounding tonight, if she can hit from the free throw line, she may get to a double-double this evening. The young lady whose family moved over from England in 2009 after her brothers came here in Union with the offensive board. Bug thought about it. Big long bomb. No, short. But Lucas. That's the speed of Shanique Lucas after the miss by Jordan Little, and Lucas is the first player in double figures. And she's got 4 rebounds in the game. Here you go. It's the goodbye. Down the stretch she goes. Once she gets that, she is on a roll. She's a machine tonight. 41-18, Lady Bulldogs on top. We still got more than 5 minutes to go in this first half. All kinds of problems getting rid of it. Richards against Van Ness and travels. She was trying to physically mow down Van Ness. That's a hard thing to do, but what she did was took a step before she went in for the basket. So here come the subs. And so Miss Kay Lucas tosses it in. Tell you what, Caldwell has played herself a fantastic game tonight. traveling. You could see that the minute that Jordan Little took a step, she had the opening, and I think she was just a little bit too excited and anxious, and we've got timeout. So don't get too anxious. Take some time to watch what we got to show you right here as Union leads it 41-18 while we pause for the cause.
Are you looking for a Christian college or are starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
At halftime, Coach Dave Niven will give us a preview of tonight's men's clash between Union and Shorter. That'll come up 27 minutes after the conclusion of this one. And your BallGame Blitz Sports Network scoreboard shows right now Shorter shooting 35% to Union's 52% from the floor. And so it's been a dominant performance there for Union. And then from the three-point stripe, Union's cooled off a little bit. They were over 60% at one point. They're 10 of 21 for 48, and Shorter 2 out of 7 for 29. Shorter has not been to the free throw line. Union 1 out of 3, all of those by Naomi Van Ness, because we have just only had 3 fouls called in the entire game. That means it's being played a lot faster. We're halfway through this second quarter, and we've only been on the floor 27 minutes. So it is lapping the field, as they say. Finally manages to get an overhead bounce pass in to Tanksley. And Tanksley had a couple of screens but couldn't curl it up high enough, and it is a jump ball in the alternate possession. We'll go back to Shorter. Rebounding, Union with the edge, 17-12 so far. And that one was just a push shot that almost went through. And Little needed to go and be a little more aggressive grabbing that rebound. Union by 23. It was 29-15 at the end of the first quarter. It's been 12-3 in this one. Pace of the scoring has indeed slowed a bit. And they're keeping it behind the perimeter because McCready is in there giving Richards all kinds of problems. Down to 7 on the shot clock. On the inside, Richards gets it and the foul. That was an unselfish move because Richards was open, and they charged the foul to Jordan Little. That is her first, and so here comes Bethany Dillard checking back in as well as Lauren West. So going for a three-point play is Caitlin Richards, the sophomore from Dalton, Georgia. And Caitlin connects. Friendly rolls to make it a 41-21 game. Tell you what, Caldwell, if she was open for just a second, she would pull that trigger. But instead, they take it a little smarter. Shiley Morrison in the game now, running the point guard. Caldwell is in. She was literally triangled where she was. Now down to 8 on the shot clock. They got to hurry. Dillard, quick release. Could not get it to fall, but they get the offensive board with West and the foul. That was a little bit of a late call, but they're going to charge slapping that one away. Kemp for making the connection. So Union will play it over in the corner. McCready will come out. Keely Robinson will check in. Another doubleheader, Union and Lee, Saturday afternoon. 1:45 will be our airtime on the Bulldog Network. There you go for the three. Perfect screen, and it's off the mark for West, but the follow shot left-handed is there for Leah Caldwell, and she is in double figures with 10. And again, they brought 4 up front, but this wasn't a hard challenge press this time. Mark said in our pregame interview that he felt like that nice job of navigating through the defenders as Kemp for her first basket. Mark felt like that he got away from the press in the game against West Alabama last Saturday. And he said it was just a mistake he made. Union still won the game 58-53. Lowest scoring game of the season with 12 on the shot clock. That was slapped away by Harden. Tanksley still the leading scorer for the Lady Hawks with 6. Union shooting 50% from the floor. And they're going to count it down. And that one was just bad concentration on the part of the Lady Bulldogs. So turnover number 7 for Union. That is the one thing that Mark has been so concerned about, is careless errors and things that really happen like that are unforced. And there's an unforced error right back. Trying to bounce pass and nobody home, and so it is Union ball once again. We're down to 2:45 to go in the second quarter. Morrison trying to set it up and gets a screen and goes, I don't know how she avoided a traveling violation, but it's Dillard. And they've cooled off immensely on the threes and the foul. Instinctive on the part of Leah Caudle. She had about 6 hands in her face and she put it up. And the foul is charged. It looks like to Kemp. Yeah, that's her second foul. 4th team foul, and so Church comes back in. Bug Thompson is back in. And at the line for 2 is Cauble. Very dependable free throw shooter. Leah, 89% on the season. And here we go. Just off the mark. That's a rarity for her to miss a 2-shot opportunity. But Union still up by 21. Leah with 11 in the game tonight. She and Lucas have 24 of the 44 Union points. Tipped away. Here goes West. She's going to bring it back into the corner because she saw 3 defenders coming her way very, very quickly. This is a fast team. Bug Thompson. The pump is there. Bug looked like she had all night. It was almost like she was in slow motion. She has 6. Union 11 of 25 from behind the arc for 44%. Almost stolen away by Keely Robinson. They hit the bomb, and it's short. And Thompson the rebound. That's her second of the night. And open for the 3. Yes, ma'am, it is Leah Church, the Tar Heel, and she is a native Tar Heel. 50-23, and timeout is called. So we'll take one with 84 seconds to go in the first half of play. Union comfortably ahead, 50-23. Right now, let's scoot for the loot.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
I love working for the BallGame Blitz Sports Network. They are just great people to work with. Our executive producer, Paul Schultze, and people like our crew tonight that we'll be showing you at the end of the game, and my ever-cool, ever-present director, Christopher Reasons. So that timeout was called primarily to try to save another inbounds violation because they were taking it all the way down, overshooting it was Kemp. And here goes the speedy one. And West runs right into traffic and draws the foul, and that's the 5th of the quarter. So Lauren will have a 2-shot opportunity. That foul is charged to McCall, her first. We did not have a single foul called in the first half of play, and we've only had 7 in the game. I should say the first quarter of play. So we got Lauren West on the line. And off the back of the iron. 64 seconds remaining. This nursing major from Omaha, Nebraska, and she powers it through. Lauren is a senior, transfer from Fort Hays State University. That's a team that saw a lot of action in the old NAIA tournament that used to be here in Jackson. They're going to have to hurry. And did they call another timeout? That is leaving only one timeout remaining for the rest of the game for Coach Brooks. Well, that's testimony to Union's defense. So we'll take another break. Union's on top, 51-23 right now. Let's dash for the cash.
Buying a home is a major milestone, and at the Bank of Jackson, we want to help you achieve it. Our mortgage specialists can assist you with conventional, VA, FHA, or construction loans, as well as USDA and THDA development loans. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
And your cash can work many wonders for you at the Bank of Jackson. Go by there and see the fine folks tomorrow. A minute remaining in the first half. Union dominating 51-23. It has been a tough night for this shorter team to unlock the key to this Union defense that is just swarming. And pushing that three, and it goes over the top. And Bug Thompson with another board. And in the corner, it is Kasharna Lucas short. Keisha, at some point, she's going to finally pile in one of those threes. Now, they can work it down to 4 seconds on the game clock. So it'll be interesting to see if they try to take all of that time, and instead, losing it out of bounds, trying to find her way down the lane was McCall, and that's the 11th turnover for Shorter. So Union with 17 seconds to see if it can get the final opportunity of the half. Bugs taking her time. They're down to 1 second. They got to hurry. No. Well, they used every possible second. Well, let's see. The officials are going to talk about something here. Something tells me, let's see what's going to happen. The foul, there's a foul charged. I can't believe that. It's on Wisnoski. Sarah Wisnoski, who's in the game. She's a 6'2 freshman from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't see it. And so the teams are going to come over while the official, I think what's going to happen, the officials are going to look to see if the foul was committed before the light went off on the backboard, because that's the official signal that you have had no more time remaining. Or let's say if you had a 30-second clock violation, that light will go off and the buzzer goes off automatically. Let's see what they decide. The officials are going over to talk to Coach Brooks first. And it is going to be a foul. With 1 point, they put 1.2 seconds back on the clock. Now, who's going to shoot this one is the question mark. It is going to be Keely Robinson. And that one was away from the ball, so let's see what she does. Gets it right through the heart. So Keely's on the board. And with 1.2 remaining, this could give Union a 30-point lead at halftime. The high arc is there, and they won't be able to get anything off. So Lady Bulldogs with a dominant first half. In that second quarter, they outscored Shorter 24-8, and they lead it 53-23 as each team goes for conversation in the locker room. For Shorter, your scoring is led by Tanksley. Jordan is the freshman from Evans, Georgia, and she has 6 in the game. And then you got 5 for Harden and for Caitlin Richards. And that is 16 of the 23 points that this Shorter team has. Now, for Union, they have had 8 Lady Bulldogs to be able to get on the board, led by Shanique Lucas. And Shanique has only played 10 minutes. She's only played half of the first 20 minutes. 13 points. 3 of them have been from behind the arc. She also has 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and a steal. Just a typical night at the office for Shanique. And it's 11 points for Aaliyah Cauble. She's had a couple of threes and then has picked up a couple of other baskets from inside the arc. 9 for Bethany Dillard and 6 each for Bug Thompson and for Leah Church. So that's the way the scoring looks right now, as Union on top 53-23. And I think the big question is Mark going to continue to employ the press all game long, even though this is probably in the books? We'll find out and see what happens. But right now, it's time for our weekly halftime preview with Coach Dave Niven. He's going to give us his takeaways about what happened in the 2 losses on the road, one of them a real heartbreaker on Monday afternoon and against Alabama Huntsville, 76-74, but what he expects tonight from this Shorter team. So right now, let's go to our men's preview with Coach David Niven.
Well, here we are at halftime of our doubleheader between Union and Shorter University, and that always means it's time for us to catch up on the men's action that will be coming our way about 27 minutes after the conclusion of the women's game. And Coach Dave Niven has joined us to give us a preview of that one. Dave, let's look back before we look at Shorter. Let's look back at the road trip that you've just been on. It was shall we say, a rough one from the standpoint that it didn't come out in your team's direction, including a heartbreaker on Monday. What was your takeaway from the 2 games on the road?
We knew that was going to be a tough trip from the start. Playing 2 of the top teams in our league. Didn't think we played well at all on Saturday. Didn't defend very well. Turned the ball over. Didn't shoot it particularly well. So that was really from start to finish. We did not look like the team I've been used to seeing on the season. On Monday at Alabama Huntsville, I thought we played really, really hard. Played with a lot of energy. But again, too many mistakes at the end. They capitalized. Anytime we made a mistake defensively, they capitalized on it. And I think we had 18 turnovers in that game. That's far too many. We shot it well. We played really hard. We got down, I think, 15 and had a shot at the buzzer to tie it. So, came back a number of times in that game. And you have to play better on the road against good teams in our league than we were able to play. And that'll be something we need to correct a lot of those areas coming up this week.
Dave, let's look at it from this standpoint, and I want you to give us somewhat of a bird's eye view for the folks at home on this case. It's been about 57 years since the term "the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat" was created for Wide World of Sports, but it happens in every form of sport. When you come away with a victory that's a real thriller, of course, it's exhilarating. Everybody is happy. They're high-fiving across the board. When you lose a heartbreaker, such as the one that you had on Monday, walk us through very briefly what the emotion is like when you get back in the locker room and what it is like for the players.
Oh, it's always an emotional game when you play at Alabama Huntsville. That's been a rival of ours for a long time. So, I think we've won the last 2 times we played there, and then came up short this past time. It's always a close game for years. It's really, I've lost some at the buzzer there. Won some. I think our wins have been a little bit more in our favor. But those are tough games, and just try to remind our guys there are no championships given out in January. This was early January basketball, and there's a ton of basketball left to be played. Most important thing for us is we need to understand that, once we got back and watched film as a team yesterday, just be able to point out those things like these are plays that lead to losses. These are plays that we need to do more of that contribute to winning. And you try to eliminate the losing plays and find ways to make more of the winning plays. And that's just kind of the part of the process of growing as a team. We had some guys come off the bench and make big plays for us and on Monday. And it's one of those things we're trying to learn how to get everybody playing at their highest level, particularly in those games against the top of the league on the road, where you got to have everybody playing at a high level in those kind of games. You can't afford to have a couple of positions that just don't produce. And that's what we're trying to learn how to do is be consistent at every position, night in, night out. And we know what we're getting on any given night.
Well, it's going to be no easier with this weekend doubleheader that we have, because it's always been a challenge when you've had Shorter and Lee to come to town. They bring the best, and as you've always said, when we've gotten together like this, you're typically going to get everybody's best as you go down the stretch of the season. And now we're in the second semester, and you face a lot of these challenges. What do you know about Shorter and what you expect them to bring to the table in the game this evening?
Shorter plays a similar style that we do. We'll guard a lot of the similar actions that we run offensively. Our guys were able to see them play early in the season. We were in a classic with them. We didn't play against them, but we were at the same venue and played the same teams. And so we've seen them a little bit in person. We'll be able to. Our guys have film available on their phones and iPads that they can be watching today. So when we get to practice, one of the things we'll do is just go down the list and ask our players to give us the scout on the guy that they're guarding, or one of the players at the positions that they'll be guarding. And sometimes that's a starter. Sometimes that's a guy coming off the bench. Everybody needs to be ready and prepared by the time they get to practice today. So, but we'll see a lot of the similar type stuff that we run. Biggest focus for us, we need to play better. We need to execute better offensively. We need to take better basketball a lot better than we did to start this second semester.
And just something you mentioned there that triggered something with me is this is so different than it used to be when you had access to, and you had to swap VHS tapes or then later DVDs. Now everybody has access on their phones to all of these things. That's really changed the whole face of how players get to see what their potential opponents are going to do. It's
definitely different. Teams are much more prepared today. And honestly, I think it makes defenses a lot better. It makes it harder to score, particularly if you're a team that relies on a certain type of action to get baskets, and you'd better be multiple in your offense. You better have lots of different ways and preferably lots of different players that can score, that put pressure on the defense where they can't just hone in on one or two things that you do really well. The best teams you play are going to take away, at least attempt to take away the things that you do the best. And so, I do think defenses have gotten a lot better over the time I've been coaching, and that's a big factor. Used to, if we had 3 games on an opponent, that was a lot. Now you can watch, every game for the season. We can pull up every shot that one player has attempted and really learn their tendencies really, really easily. It used to take a lot of work, and that part of it's been taken out of the game in the prep process. We know how many times the guy goes left, how many times the guy goes right, what what kind of a shot he wants to take when he goes right, what kind of a shot he wants to take when he goes left. That's just where the technology has really made a lot of advancements, and it's really made defenses a lot better.
Yeah, streaming is not just an entertainment tool. It is something that is huge in sport, scouting, et cetera, that has made it a different ball game when it comes to how you prepare for an opponent. Before we let you go, always got to ask, what are the keys to the game tonight against Shorter?
Oh, for us, offensively, it starts with taking care of the basketball. We have typically, when we've moved the basketball and executed on offense, we get good shots. We haven't always made them at the clip that we want to throughout the season, but the biggest key for us is you got to get good looks, and turnovers have hurt us. Definitely hurt us over the weekend, and so that's going to be the biggest thing for us on the offensive side is taking care of the basketball. No silly turnovers, no bad passes. Let's make better decisions. Let's be strong with the basketball. And then on the defensive side, just that's been our strength. We're near the top, but we're not at the top anymore defensively. I think we've taken a step backwards on how we've guarded here in the last 3 games. Teams are scoring at too high a clip against us, and we need to start that trend moving back in the right direction. We need to be able to hold some teams below 40%. I think we're capable of holding teams below 40%. But you have to eliminate easy baskets. You have to really focus in on the scout and be able to take away the things that teams want to do, the things that they do best, and make them have to make tough shots. You know, every team in our league has good players, and they can all make tough shots. Just most teams can't make enough tough shots to beat you. And so you really want to put them in positions where they have to make contested shots consistently in order to beat you. And I don't think our defense has done that at the level that we're capable of here in the last few games.
Well, Dave, I know it goes along without saying that we hope tonight we'll get the string turned around and we'll start a new winning streak, and wish you a lot of good success when we see you out on the floor in a little more than an hour.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you, Steve.
And we will be giving you the halftime stats of tonight's women's game between Union and Shorter right after this message.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics if fights upset your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
And we'll have Steve Beverly's TV Classics, 7 o'clock Saturday and Sunday night. And on January the 14th is our 400th broadcast. And we got something very special that night for all of you Classic TV fans. Right now, we have our halftime statistics brought to you by the BallGame Blitz Sports Network. And here we go. Union shooting 18 of 36 from the field for 50%. Shorter 10 out of 30 for 33. That second quarter, they really went ice cold. 3-pointers, Union, at one time they were 62%, but still strong, 44% over their season's average, 12 out of 27. Shorter, 2 out of 10. This is not their strong suit, 24% on the season, and they're 20% tonight. In free throws, Union 5 out of 9 for 56%, and for Shorter, they have hit the only one they've taken. Union with the edge in rebounding, 23-16, and more turnovers on the side of Shorter. They've given it up 11 times to 7 for Union, and that points off turnover edge big for the Lady Bulldogs, 13-2. And at halftime, we are at 53-23, but we're about to emerge for the third quarter of action. And I hope that you're going to stay with us this evening. It's good to have all of you on board here in West Tennessee, but all throughout the country who may be watching us on our streaming network as well as on the Stream On app on Roku. that is powered by We Are Streamers on a Budget. And for our good friends in Canada, where that app originates, we say a special hello to George Brunet and all the good friends who are watching this evening. Dennis Huffman, many others, glad to have you on board tonight. And Union will have first possession in this second half, and the starters are back in. Union didn't really take but about a 2-minute warm-up. Van Ness underneath just had all kinds of time and about a 6-inch height advantage. So Ney now has 7. And Union back to that all-court press. Shanique Lucas could do this 40 minutes if she needed to. And it's blocked. Great defense back down at the opposite end. And Bug was trying to kick it outside to Dillard. It was knocked away. Good defense on the part of the Lady Hawks. And let's see how Mark plays this one. Inside to Van Ness. Once again, she's got 2 on her, but couldn't get it to fall. And they're going to call an over-the-back foul. That is only the 3rd personal foul in this entire game on the Lady Bulldogs. That's a key reason why Shorter has only been to the line 1 time tonight. Nice block on the part of Keisha Lucas. The big K gets up there and reaches up with those hands. She's 3 inches taller than her sister. They're going to have to hurry. They finally do get it inbounds. And chased in the corner by the Lucas sisters. And that one was short. Van Ness had both her hands high up overhand. It was almost stolen away by McCall, but Union will play it. Just into the first minute of this third quarter of action from Fred DeLay Gymnasium on David Blackstock Court. And that one's off the mark, and the rebound off to Tanksley. And it's going to go back the other way. Excellent defense by Bug Thompson. And we've got Dixie Blackstock, David's daughter, and his wife, Armida, are here tonight, as they are for most of these Bulldog and Lady Bulldog games. Inside, Van Ness, you're not going to stop that one, and they have decided to feed what really is what needs to be fed tonight, and that's exactly what they're doing. Van Ness is hungry, and so she is getting her appetite taken care of very well. 9 now for Naomi. 12 on the shot clock. Big bomb is off the mark. And Thompson the rebound. And underneath, it's going to be Van Ness, and she can't hold on to it. Was snatched away by Wilson. They've got 3 seconds to get it across and finally managed to do it. And that one's off the mark. And it went last off the foot of Patterson, so Union will play it. They're going to get Richards back in because they definitely want to give some. Well, it's not going to matter at the post because Van Ness has checked out because Mark decided to substitute here after 2 minutes. And Shanique's not going to let any time go off the clock. That's usually an end-of-the-game situation. And you got Leah Church, who delivers once again. And she's going to steal one. Leah with 9 in the game, and it's 60-23. Big bomb. Yes, sir. They're hitting big ones from outside once again. It is raining threes as Lauren West connects. You've got 8 different Lady Bulldogs who have connected in this game. And Union with 14 three-pointers. And we're only 3 minutes into this third quarter, and Union on top by 40. Tapped away by West, and Union with yet another turnover. That's the 15th one that the Lady Bulldogs have forced. It is Church. Yes! 12 now for Leah. The little Tar Heel is making it tar and feather time right here tonight. She is all over the place here in this third quarter. 66-23. And they go into Richards, and she travels. It was not really her fault. She had her back to the basket, and as that ball was coming down in her direction, she was backing up and couldn't control her momentum. 16th turnover for Shorter, and Union has picked up 21 points off those mistakes. And here goes Shiley Morrison back in at the point as Mark does some more substituting. He keeps these players fresh all during the game. Church is open again in the corner. And West tried to take it in traffic. It's going to be a jump ball, and the alternate possession will go back to Shorter. Lauren had a ticket on the inside, and they all of a sudden closed in on her and forced that jump ball. So Union is going to have 4 up front. Tell you what, Keely Robinson almost snatched that one away. Game has been played very, very quickly. We've only been at it 61 minutes, and we're almost halfway through the third quarter. That may mean we'll get the men's game started a little early tonight. Big long bomb from the corner is not there for Peterson. And instinctive to get that one astray is Morrison. Tell you what, Shiley's a tremendous ball handler, and she also is very aware of what's going on the court. And going for the bomb again, and that is 3 of them in this half. The game's leader now is Leah Church with 15. I can't wait to see that interview again at men's halftime after the performance she's putting on tonight. She was our player of the game in the last telecast, and she's almost in that direction now. And almost comes up with another steal. 12 on the shot clock. 69-23. They have tripled Shorter's output. Checking out. Now Peterson is coming back over here to toss it in. And she's got to hurry to find somebody open. And couldn't. 5-second violation. That is the 4th time in the game tonight. There have been 2 other instances where they had to call timeout or else have a turnover, and they only have 1 timeout remaining, so they're going to have to coast this one pretty much without any timeout relief except for 1. And Morrison takes it slow. And Church, they're leaving her wide open again. Nobody's spotting her. Leah, they pick her up quickly, and so she quickly brings it back outside and traveling. You could almost sense that Leah Cauble took that step before she went in for the drive. I've had people ask me, why does that happen? Well, I'm not going to tell you right now because we got a commercial break. Union's on top easily, 69-23 over Shorter, and right now, let's take 2 to make us some revenue. Oh, my goodness. This team has been on fire tonight. Union shooting 53% and 50% from behind the arc. 16 of 32. Out-rebounding Shorter, 27-18. Shorter has tailed off to 29% from the floor. At one point in time, they were about 45% in the game, but it has been tough penetrating Union's defense. And turnovers, Union has picked up 21 points to 2 off turnovers. That's the edge they have over Shorter in this game. So it has been a tough night for the Lady Hawks. But as we say, this is a young team, and they are really hoping that it's going to gel in the future. A lot of time remaining here. 4:45 to go in the third quarter. Not a lot of fouls have been called in this contest. Jumper, that's going to be inside the arc, and it's not there. And the rebound comes off to Morrison. Boy, Church thought about picking up another one. A lot of rotation. And it's West. She's open for a long three and connects. Lauren with 7. It's 72-23. Union a 19-0 edge. 19 unanswered points in this third quarter. Some people thought they might have put on the brakes, but instead they've got 17 threes. Down to 9 on the shot clock, and they're having trouble getting anybody open. They cannot penetrate the paint. Turnaround bank is not there, and it is Robinson the rebound. Peterson had it, but just couldn't get the geometry right off the glass. And that was Keely Robinson just didn't know where she was going to go with the dish off. And Morrison kicks it away. So we exchange a little bit of error. And you got Church that's coming out of the game as well as West. We're still looking at 8 Lady Bulldogs who have scored in this game. 3.5 remaining in the third quarter. Again, they're having to keep it largely, and that went off of the foot of Keely Robinson. So they got a new 20, and they'll play it underneath. But Union has just clogged that paint. It's almost impossible to get inside. That one's a nice little jump shot by Kemp to give her 4. First basket of the third quarter for Shorter to make it 72-25. Jordan Little, she can get on a roll because she has had some games here where she just burned 3 and 4 in a row from behind the arc, and she's open and puts it up. No, way, way off. You can see that the minute it left her fingertips. So they bring it back down, and that one just goes astray. That's the 18th turnover for Shorter. Well, let's see who else there. It's Little again. This time she's right through the heart. It is now 75-25. 2.5 remaining here in the third quarter. Mark has played 12. That's his entire bench with the exception of one. Bank shot is there. Peterson connects to make it a 75-27 contest. And going for the 3, and Dillard has it to go off. Rebound by Kemp, and she has got all kinds. She's smothered worse than an electric blanket. And checking back in is going to be Keisha Lucas. And Keely Robinson comes out. Mark going to a single substitution this time with 2:02 remaining. Students will be coming back for their first January spring semester this weekend. So we hope that by the time we have the next game, they'll be here in full force. And yet another turnover, number 19 for the Lady Hawks. Van Ness, the leading rebounder in the game tonight with 6. And let's see how they play it in the corner. That's one of those dangerous cross-court passes. And air ball. But the jumper is there for Dillard. She can do that on the inside as well. And Bethany now in double figures with 11. Minute and a half to go. 50-point lead for Union. And trying to take it into the paint, and that curl bank was just nowhere near, and McCready with the rebound. And on the drive, Jordan Little, and the foul. She was not going to be denied. You could see the determination in her face, and she has that little faint grin. And checking back in is Winowski. Sarah from just down the road in Murfreesboro. 3-point play for Jordan Little, and it is 80-27, 80 in the third quarter for Union with 72 seconds remaining. And backdoor play, and that's one of the few we've seen tonight. Kemp connects. Jordan puts up the three. No, short. And they scramble, and let's see who comes down with it. It is going to be a jump ball in the alternate possession. Union did not stop going after that ball, and it will be Lady Bulldog basketball with 51 seconds remaining. So Lucas will toss it in. Union can only work it down to about 30 on the game clock. They're down to 10 on the shot clock. McCready is in trouble and gets the basket anyway. And there were some shorter players who were signaling traveling, but they're not going to get it. So Anna is on the board. So everybody who's been in except for Shiley Morrison has scored, and she's still got a quarter. And our biology major delivers a 3-point play to make it 83-29. And taking it in the paint, the bank shot is not there. So Union with one more opportunity. This is already a 30-point quarter for the Lady Bulldogs. Down to 18 on the shot and game clock. So Morrison's got to do something with it soon. And the foul. That is only the third team foul of the quarter, so Union will play it out of bounds. 12 on the game clock. So the shot clock goes off. All right, they cannot waste a lot of time here. Fans are calling down the time. She's being too casual with it, and I think she was called for traveling. That was a little bit lack of urgency on the part of the Lady Bulldogs with 8 seconds remaining, so there's 4 now left for Shorter to try to see if they can navigate one more opportunity at the basket. She puts up a big one, and it goes off the side of the glass. She's got strength, I'll tell you that, though. 83-29, Union in that quarter. 30-6 was the edge. How about that? Well, we got 10 more minutes remaining. I'm sure we're going to see just about all of the Lady Bulldogs, and perhaps one who hasn't been in action. Maybe Sierra Stedman will show up in this fourth quarter, and we'll be back with that right after we leave the scene to go pick up some green.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
Well, let's look at the scoring right now. Your BallGame Blitz Sports Network scoreboard. Kemp and Tanksley are still the leaders for Shorter with 6 each. Union with the 83-29 lead. And then on the opposite end of the ledger, it is Leah Church, who's 5 of 8 in three-pointers. She's the game leader with 15. Shanique Lucas with 13. And then we've got 11 for Leah Caldwell, 9 each for Bethany Dillard, Naomi Van Ness, and for, I'm trying to see, I thought it was the third one, Lauren West with 7, and 6 for Thompson and Little. So well-distributed scoring led by Leah Church. So Mark didn't make any changes here as we start the fourth quarter. But now he does. Keisha Lucas comes out, Lauren West comes in. So that was done with only 8 seconds going by. I think that may be the fastest substitution I've ever seen Mark make. This has to be a frustrating night for a Shorter team, knowing you got to go on and play your next 10 minutes and try to give it everything you've got, knowing that this is just an impossible task. They got to hurry. 6 on the shot clock. And that's a big desperation bomb off the back of the iron, and Morrison the rebound after the miss by Harden. And they're going to work the perimeter once again. And Morrison is open and connects. So Shiley with that one means everybody has scored for Union, 86-29. We got 9 to go. And this one looks like it's going to end sometime around 7:10, thereabouts. So we're going to get this men's game started on time tonight. Boy, don't you know Leah Church's parents are extraordinarily happy being here this weekend and getting a chance to see her have a night like she has. And that one is going to be charged to Jordan Little. She did not have defensive position. And this is only going to be the second and third time that Shorter has been to the free throw line tonight. It is only the 4th personal foul that has been called on Union in the entire game. At the line is Harden. Lindsay from Spartanburg, South Carolina, one of my favorite cities in America. I still have friends there from when my wife and I lived there, and you will never hear me say anything but positive things about Spartanburg and the entire Greenville, Spartanburg, Asheville area. And getting the lob across. West has got to hurry. Just did make it across. And they leave her wide open and gets that left-hand layup. That was deceiving, and all of a sudden Lauren saw an opening and took it all the way in. She's got 9. I think the only question now tonight is, does Union hit triple digits? We've had a couple of times this season that they got close, but in the stretch run they couldn't make it happen. Mark may not play his starters again tonight. Big bomb 3 is not there. It has been a tough night. 2 out of 15 from behind the arc for Shorter. Well, this possession could put them at 90. This is a Union team that averages 77 per game on the season, and all kinds of problems. Tied up was Anna McCready, and it's Union's ball still with a new 20 on the shot clock. 7:44 to go. Back here Saturday afternoon at 1:45 for airtime of Union against Lee in what should be a very important matchup between those two Gulf South Conference teams. West is going to work one-on-one, and on the drive is fouled by Peterson. So Union to play it underneath yet again, and they're all going to spread out this time. Little, and she sees the opening and can't get it high enough. That gets her own rebound. Morrison was open, and Jordan could not get it to navigate underneath the arms of the outstretched defenders. So let's see how Coach Brooks plays it. There's one thing about it. Mark does not want to see them get sloppy, even though this game has been in the books really since the first quarter. Bomb 3 is there. Third three-pointer of the night, and for Harden, that's her second. She has 9 to lead, and trying the answer shot. And Leah Church, it's off the mark, just off the back of the iron. And let's see how they play it again. They're going to slow this tempo down to a morgue pace. McCall dishes off, and they're only got 9 on the shot clock. And that one banked too hard, and here comes Morrison. Again, Little takes her time with it, and Union is going to be a little bit more deliberate with the offense. Church and McCready. And the long bomb is off the mark. Good pickup by Harden. She almost went on a coast-to-coast, and then all of a sudden there were 3 Lady Bulldogs stretched across the paint. So the pace of the scoring has slowed down definitively now as we approach the 5-minute mark, taking it all the way down, and a nice floater for McCall to make it 88-35. And timeout Mark Campbell. He decides that I think he may be putting the starters back in. 5:31 to go. We still got some time to wrap it up here, so Union up by 53, and we'll be back right after this.
We realize you have a busy lifestyle, and at the Bank of Jackson, we're here to help you fulfill all of your financial needs, personal and business loans, mortgages, online banking and bill pay, and so much more. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
So Mark Campbell, after seeing his, I don't want to call it their third unit because some of those young ladies come in and they play with different, that's the thing about it, with the way this offense is directed. You honestly have situations where you got people playing with others that they ordinarily wouldn't be. He used to do that a lot before he went to this all-court press because he said there are going to be times during the season that you get players in foul trouble, and so you have got to simulate situations down the stretch, and you get to tournament time where you're going to have players that aren't – you're going to have reserves playing with the starters. And sometimes it's somebody who may not have played much at all, but you got to have them. And so right now, it's not all starters back in, but he's got Naomi Van Ness back in at the post. So we got the 2 Tar Heel girls in there, and it is Church, and it goes just astray. But Keely Robinson with the offensive board. 13 on the shot clock for the Lady Bulldogs, getting close to 5 minutes remaining. And there she goes inside to Van Ness, who is all hemmed up. They got to hurry. And the floater does not go. Finally picked up on the roll by Peterson. So Union had a lot of opportunities on that possession, could not make it go. They were swarming around Naomi Van Ness because they know what happens if she gets a lob on the inside. It's gone. Down to 10 on the shot clock and the foul. That looks like it's going to be on Leah Church. It indeed is. For Union, only the 5th personal foul in the game. So, 4:38 remaining. Union on top, 88-35. Right now, we're going to unloose the collar and pick up another $1.
Championship DNA. That's what you find at Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. A full line of new Chevrolets plus West Tennessee's largest used car inventory. State-of-the-art service work and pre-approved auto loans online at JonesChevroletHumboldt.com. Shop with a winner. Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. The most important benefit when you buy from Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way? Peace of mind. Jones Chevrolet's warranty forever comes with every qualifying new and pre-owned vehicle. Powertrain coverage for as long as you own your vehicle. Find out more at Jones Chevrolet in Three-Way.
I can hear Mark in an interview on Saturday if things don't pick up here in the fourth quarter. Mark, all right, they're up 53 points. And I have people that I've known for many years who they'll see our scores sometimes and they'll want to know, well, why is the coach not liking what he sees and they won by 50-plus points? I said, because that's how he is such an effective coach. I can guarantee you, when we have the interview in the pregame for Saturday, Mark is probably going to say, well, I didn't think we played very well in the fourth quarter, and you got to play it all 4 quarters. I can guarantee you something of that variety is going to happen. But right now at the free throw line, it is Kira Peterson from Hampton, Georgia. And the young freshman cannot make it go. This team shoots 65% from the free throw line, but they have some really, really good free throw shooters. And gets the second of the two to make it 88-36. Now they're going to try some pressure. And Little picks it up. Van Ness was open, and they did not go for it. Now they do. Naomi is double-teamed, and from the corner. That one was just off the mark. Shiley picks it up. And Nay picks it, trying to get somebody open. And open to Shiley. In and out. Just the iron unkind on that one. So we're under 4 minutes in this final stanza. And again, once again, McCall slows it down. You really have one indication here that, and the big three is there. Nice one from the corner by Patterson. You really wonder if this is the case, and Van Ness is open. Underneath, yes, Naomi with double figures now with 11. So Nay finally gets Union back off the deck again. It's 90-39. Mark doesn't like to lose a quarter, and right now he is 10-7. I remember back in the NAIA years, he would say, we lost the second half. Now, he might have won the game by 20, but he doesn't like to have that happen because he feels like his players get a little too lackadaisical in those circumstances. They tried a bank three that I don't think was designed, and that one's a stray, and they're going to scramble for it. And that's a latent foul call, and that one is going to be on Keely Robinson. So Anna McCready checks back in for Nay. Everybody who has played has scored for the Lady Bulldogs, and that's with their leading scorer who has played very little in the second half. And here goes Kierbo with the second, and it's off the mark, but gets her own rebound and a nice block by Keely Robinson. Tell you what, she has a tremendous ball handling ability. She can switch hands, go behind the back if she needs to. Inside to McCready. Now it is Little for the three. Yes! Perfect form by Jordan Little. 9 for her. 93-39. And once again, you really wonder, as I was about to remark a minute ago, if just slowing this tempo down is because this team is just so tired. And they don't have but one timeout remaining. And she takes the jumper from the paint that's not there, and McCready reaches high for the rebound. She has 5 on the evening. Morrison and Van Ness each with 6. And checking back in a minute is going to be Bethany Dillard. And trying to drive it all the way home, yes. Down the lane she goes is Morrison. So Shiley makes it a 95-39 game. If I had to put it on it, I would say Union will not hit the 100 in this game. I don't think they'll have 3 possessions to score. Could end up somewhere around 97, 99, something like that, but I don't think they will be able to get to triple digits. And off the back of the iron, McCready, and she is bumped from behind by Wilson. Union will play it in the corner. That is only the second team foul on Shorter. Men will be coming up 27 minutes after this one. So we hope you're going to stay with us for that. Little. That dribble penetration, but it was knocked away nicely by Kierbo. She's from Carrollton, Georgia. 64 seconds remaining. And inside it goes to McCready. They're down to 7, so they got to hurry on it, and it is Jordan Little short. But look at Morrison for that offensive rebound, and it's blocked. So with 47 seconds remaining, this may be Union's final opportunity at a basket. And again, around the perimeter. Look at the drive by Keely Robinson. She was determined on that one and draws the foul. Union the edge rebounding in this game, 44-28. Shiley Morrison, leading rebounder with 7. McCready and Van Ness with 6 each. 7 on the other side for Harden. And Keely, her points have all come from the free throw line, and the young lady from Paris, Arkansas can't get it, but Union is back on top of it with the offensive board. And they just leave Morrison alone, and you can't do that. 99-39. So Keely has come on strong, Shiley has come on strong with 8. And McCall is just going to take her time with it. I'm not even sure unless they get a good look. She's waving them around. I'm not even sure she's going to take a shot. They can work this thing down to about 9 seconds. And they do. They just take the 30-second violation. So Union has it with 9.6 seconds remaining, and I think they're going to do the same thing. Just skate the game time out. This was one, as we say, in the first quarter. This was pretty much in the books. 53-23 at halftime, and your final is Union 99. Highest scoring output of the season, and 39 for Shorter. The Lady Bulldogs, their 7th consecutive victory as they go to 11-2 and 9-2. On the season in the Gulf South Conference. For Shorter, they dropped to 1-13 and 1-10 in the Gulf South Conference. Well, let me take a look at our scoring and our stats for the evening. First, our stats. Union, 35 of 70 from the floor for 50%, and it stayed right around that mark for most of the game. Tremendous night, 21 three-pointers. That's a season high. 21 of 46 for 46%. In free throws, 8 out of 13 for 62%. On the other side, Shorter, 16 of 52 from the floor. They just couldn't put a lot of shots up tonight. 31%, 4 of 19 in three-pointers for 21. And from the free throw line, 3 of 7 for 43%. Union, the dominant edge, rebounding 46-28, including 18-10 on the offensive boards. Turnovers, Union gave it up 11 times, 20 for Shorter. And the Lady Bulldogs with 26 points. That matched their season average, 26 points off turnovers, and only 4 for Shorter. So it was a dominant performance across the board. And in that fourth quarter, after it looked like they were a rather slow target there, Union did outscore Shorter 16-10 in the final quarter. It was 83-29 at the end of 3. It was one of those monumental performances. Now, let's take a look at the scoring, and we'll tell you who our player of the game is. For Shorter, 9 points, and 2 of them were three-pointers for Lindsey Harden. She was their game leader. And you had 6 each for Patterson, Kemp, and Tanksley. So they couldn't get anybody in double figures, but they did have 7 Lady Hawks to score. For the Lady Bulldogs, take a look at this. Union had 4 players in double figures, and you had 3 others with 9. So it was very balanced scoring tonight. Leah Church, who had herself a tremendous second half, she was 5 of 10 from the three-point mark, ended up the game leader with 15 points. Second game in a row on television that she has had that mark. 1 rebound, 1 assist, and 2 steals in the game. And then 11 points, 13 for Shanique Lucas. Shanique was 3 of 4 from behind the arc, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal. And then 11 each for Naomi Van Ness. Nay also added 6 rebounds on the game tonight, and she had a steal. Doesn't usually happen to a post player too much. And then 11 points for Leah Cauble. Leah was 2 of 3 from behind the arc to have her 11 points and added 3 rebounds to the total. And then the 9-pointers tonight were Jordan Little and Lauren West and Bethany Dillard. And we also had 8 for Shiley Morrison, who had herself a terrific fourth quarter. So everybody who played for the Lady Bulldogs scored, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12. All 12 Lady Bulldogs scored in the game. We're going to call it co-players of the game tonight. We're going to give it to 2 players because you could almost make a justification for either one of them, and their stats really bear that out. Once again, Leah Church is the game leader in scoring with 15 points, and adding to that as we will, a couple of steals and a rebound. And then Shanique Lucas, who only played 14 minutes in the game and ended up with 13 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal. And so both of them are our players of the game, and we congratulate both of them with our honor from BallGame Blitz Sports Network as we salute both of those young ladies. So Union wins it 99-39. Lady Bulldogs are now on the season 11-2 and 9-2 in the Gulf South Conference. Well, about 26 minutes from now, the men's teams are going to take the floor, and Union wants to get back on the winning ways after losing a couple, and including one heartbreaker, on the road on Saturday and Monday. So they are hoping to be able to get back into winning form, whereas they have dropped on the season to 10-6. They are also still very, very strong in the Gulf South Conference race because they are 7-3. Pardon me, I said 10-6, 8-6 overall, but 7-3 in the Gulf South Conference. So they're only 1 game behind West Alabama Lee and Alabama Huntsville. So it's a very tight race between 5 teams at that stage of the game. And we got a lot of action to go in January and February. So tonight we continue our celebration between games of Union University's bicentennial. 2003, 200 years old, 2023. I wish I could go back to 2003. 2023. Union 200 years old, and it's been a year-long celebration. It will continue on through this next semester. And tonight we have some more memories from some of the celebrated alumni of Union University, and we think you're going to enjoy that. So you watch this, and then we'll be back to set you up for tonight's men's game between Union and Shorter.
Kenny Holt would be the professor that stands out the most to me. Kenny helped in both the management classes and in finance. And Kenny had an interesting way of taking numbers. It wasn't just about reading a balance sheet or an income statement, but it was taking those numbers and analyzing them and taking them with a different type of analysis that had been taught in any of the accounting classes that I'd taken. So that brought that to life to me. And the other thing that was so unique about that was something that was practical, that I was being able to use in my everyday business. I'm grateful for Kenny's opportunity to teach that way, and thankful for that.
My favorite teacher is probably Dr. Hughes. We had a couple of trips, if I remember, one to the Southern Baptist Convention, and Peggy Jones, the president's daughter, was an alto next to me, and we had a lot of fun on that bus trip. And we sung, and it was exciting. It was so exciting, and we got compliments, and Dr. Hughes said that he heard so many people comment on Union University's choir.
My favorite professor while at Union was Dr. Chris Matthews from the music department. What I loved about Dr. Matthews was his teaching style, and that it was never, he may have been teaching a choral conducting class, but it was never just choral conducting. He was also adding in bits of music history or different theory concepts that didn't necessarily make sense or stuck with me on their own, but the way he was able to pull it all together, I was able to remember it, and his teaching style was just really inspirational to me, and I hope that I'm modeling the same thing for my students that I teach now.
I actually have two favorite professors from Union that are just emblazoned in my memory. The first is Helen Blythe, and she taught English, but more particularly for me, she taught Shakespearean tragedies. And I was leaning toward moving out of English as a major, but she drew me right back in with her love and passion of the language. My second favorite English teacher, professor, was Dr. Ernie Pinson, and he always made me laugh, but the thing that I will always remember about him was when he would begin the semester by saying, "Is this the day?" And the first time I had him, we were all new, and we didn't say anything. We looked amongst ourselves. And so closer to the end of the semester, he said again, "Is this the day?" And we said, "This is the day." And he said, "Class dismissed." And generally, he would jump up on top of the desk and talk to us as he was teaching. So it was just fun to watch him.
My favorite teacher would have been Dr. John Hughes. He was chair of the music department, and he was also my organ professor. He always expected the best of his students, and just his way of teaching made you want to do your best. And one of the things that's helped me, he always encouraged us to know that as a church organist, we were helping to lead in worship. We were not there to perform. He said, always play your hymns, read the words, and know what your hymn is saying. That has been so beneficial to me in the years that I did serve as church organist.
Our next panel has collectively given 85 years of service to Union. They have served as deans, provosts, directors, and vice presidents through some of the brightest days and darkest times in Union's history. Please help me welcome to the stage Todd Brady, Howard Newell, and Carla Sanderson. Welcome, welcome. We are so glad to be here. Talk about taking me back. It feels weird calling you Howard and Carla. I feel like I need to put the doctor, and it doesn't feel right to use your first names, but I guess I've grown up a little bit. We'll start on a personal note. What was the moment you knew God was calling you to serve at Union? Carla, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Kelly. You know, I will say that it was a little bit after I got there. Dr. Barefoot had called to let me know that he was looking for a graduate-prepared nurse to come, and it wasn't my plan. I had just finished a clinical graduate program and was headed in that direction. But Hiram Barefoot, Vice President for Academic Administration at Union University, had called. So in my heart, I said, I'll go for a year. But about 6 weeks later, I was leaving Jackson General one day with 6 or 8 students, and just have to say, Kelly, that I felt God's pleasure. We had had an amazing day, and I heard a voice say, you know, you can replicate everything you love about clinical nursing through the lives of the students that you have the privilege of serving. That's when I knew.
I love that. Howard?
Well, my story would be similar, but it's going to be short. It's similar because it's Hiram Barefoot. Hiram Barefoot. I literally knew that I was coming to Union when Hiram Barefoot called and said, we're offering you a contract. And I said, I accept.
We're glad you did. All right, Todd?
Hiram Barefoot. We talked, I was finishing up my last year at Southwestern Seminary in Fort Worth, Texas, and he invited me to come up and had wonderful conversations with folks there on the campus. But there was just one problem. Dr. Barefoot had announced his retirement. And I very much sensed that God was working I love Jesus, but I wasn't going to a school without a president. And so Dr. Dockery was named in December, and I was standing in Robert's library. This was back in the day when you read Baptist Press on paper. And I read that the trustees had called Dr. Dockery as president, and I thought, I missed it. But I believe very much in the sovereignty of God, and served a church in South Carolina for a little while. And one day, I was sitting in my cubicle, and the phone rang, and it was David Dockery. And he invited me to come back. We had some mutual friends, and it was during that second visit, in addition to the first visit, where God confirmed my calling to Union University.
So what are you most proud of? Or what do you consider your greatest accomplishment at Union? Todd, you're still there. You're still writing that list.
That's right. The Lord has been very good to me, Kelly. He, in many ways, I feel like he has let me have a front row seat to see thousands of students who come through the halls of Union University. They go out, they get married, they have families, they're working, they're making a difference for Christ in their chosen vocations. And it really is a team atmosphere. The most special thing about Union University, you've heard it tonight, is the people. God has assembled a great group of people who are being about that so that God can accomplish these students serving in the world.
Love that. Carla?
I will go in the faculty direction with my answer. I would say that the biggest blessing for me has been the opportunity to bring new faculty to Union, and also to develop and partner with those who are there. Dr. Betty Bedsole in music was the first faculty that I had a part of, and Dr. Brad Spencer in pharmacy the last. And all in between, the blessing of working hard to recruit the very best faculty in very, very strongest Christians in their particular discipline to come to Union is biggest blessing. Those administrators that have been serving Union recently are three very fine examples of that. Ben Mitchell, the best ethicist that there was. John Netlin, current provost, a very, very fine English literature faculty member. And Hunter Baker still there as well. I think about those opportunities as just the biggest blessings of all.
We're grateful for that work. Howard?
Obviously, Carla has hacked into my computer because it's the same story. Okay. I'm blessed to have served at Union for 30 years. Debbie, my wife, 24. And we hold the current record, I think it will soon be broken, 54 years combined, husband and wife, at Union University. Hey, not too bad. Not too bad. But the greatest blessing, very similar to what Carla, no, we don't need that. What Carla has said, Union occupies I'll call it a niche in the higher education marketplace. And that niche can be found at the intersection of two values. One value is academic excellence, and the other value is Christ-centered. During my 30 years teaching, as well as some administration, I can never recall a moment when those two values were compromised. The trustees, the presidents were firm in their commitments to those two values, which has been the history of Union University then and now, and we all hope and believe for the future. Amen and amen.
Amen. Howard and Carla, you were both at Union, of course, during the 2008 tornado. What was the greatest impact of that experience on you and your career? Carla, you're going to handle this one for us.
The most impactful experience happened about 5 hours after the tornado hit. I'll preface this by just saying there is a deep sense of responsibility on the part of staff and faculty and administrators at Union for its students and for their families who couldn't get to Jackson that night. I had stayed on campus and done some triage, but then had gone to Jackson General's emergency department. And not long after I got there, the now CEO of Jackson General, James Ross, my first student in my first clinical group that I was talking about a minute ago, but James called me aside and took me in a quiet place, shut the door, and let me know that the first responders were very concerned that we were losing one of our students. And we talked about the details a bit, and then James thought it important that we let Dr. Dockery know. And at Command Central, where he had been taken, he answered the phone, and when I told him the news, he cried out, "No, no student is going to die." And I have thought so many times about all those places in the Psalms where we are to cry out to God for help in our times of trouble. And I learned that lesson that night. A few hours later, a little bit after midnight, the ER doors flung open. There was a very critically injured young man with all first responders, as many as could get through the door, but he was alive, and he's alive today. And so that story certainly is the one that impacted me the most.
I think we all felt that one. We'll move on now. Where would you like to see Union in the next 20 years? Carla, we'll go back to you.
Okay. Wow. Experiencing the blessings that we experienced tonight, starting an event like this with the doxology. In fact, an ongoing singing of the doxology for the goodness that the Lord will continue to bring in this place. The campus gets more beautiful and the students get more amazing and all those things happen, but the Lord will be ever present then as he is now.
Todd?
Kelly, our mission is to provide Christ-centered education that promotes excellence and character development in service to church and society. I hope that in 20 years, we are doing what we seek to be doing now. We live in a society where institutions are backing away from their Christian commitments, their denominational affiliations, and I pray that by God's grace, he will continue to bring people here who will provide Christ-centered education. Not just that we would provide education in a Christian environment, but that the education that we provide is truly Christian so that students are able to look at all of God's creation, understanding that he is the Lord of creation. So Paul says in Colossians that in Christ all things hold together. History holds together because of Christ. Science holds together because of Christ. And my prayer is that 20 years from now, students will come to Union University and they will see that and experience that.
Howard?
I'll answer that question, or attempt to answer the question, by referring to a historical event. And I've been reading about this. So in 1962, the president of Union University, Warren Jones, said yes. He said yes to what is now West Tennessee Healthcare. And Union started a nursing program. That's visionary. That's visionary. There were 34 students in that first class. Where would Union be today without nursing or more broadly healthcare? Oh my. So visionary leadership at the trustee level, visionary leadership at the presidential level. Essential for being what we're going to be in 20 years. It will be amazing. It will be amazing. And it will be amazing because it will be all for the glory of God. Amen.
Amen. Our next question, again, we'll start out with you, Carla. How does your time at Union differ from your time at other universities or organizations, or even in discussing things with your peers? How is Union different?
If I can turn it around just a little bit to say how the institution that I serve now, how the work is different because of Union University. Todd's alluded to this, AJ mentioned it, many of our trustees did, but the work of Union University is to prepare students to leave, to serve, as I like to say, in a very dark and hurting world. And as I transitioned, I was to take up the cause myself, and now working in a corporate setting, because of Union and an understanding of the world through the lens of a Christian worldview, learning to think Christianly. I think of a First Chapel in the Dockery administration where many of us at Union began to hear about exactly what we are experiencing today, post-modernity. A post-Christian world seemed totally bizarre to me at the time, but I trusted the vision that we must prepare for a different day. And so with students, along with our students, I began to think about that. And I'm so thankful because of Union that I can attempt to serve well and be salt and light in this world, pretty complicated as it is.
Howard?
Well, I'm going to answer that question probably in a different way. My memory of the first chapel that I attended at Union University, which would have been the fall semester of 1982. Wow, fall semester of 1982. The speaker was a physician, and the title of his message was, "Thank God for Pain." Well, that very morning, I had complained bitterly about a headache. But his message was, "Thank God for pain." And now, of course, it makes sense after he explained. Because if we did not have a system built into our body that detected pain early, praise the Lord, we'd all be dead. We'd all be dead. And that was the essence of his message. Thank God for pain. Thank God for creating us the way only He could create us, even though we would think initially negatively about pain. We hope you enjoyed celebrating Union's bicentennial, and now we are back with the men's half of our doubleheader as the Bulldogs preparing to take on Shorter University in a matchup that is very important, particularly for the Bulldogs as far as their standings are concerned. Union coming into this one 8-6, but still very, very strong at 7-3 in the Gulf South Conference. They're only one game behind from the lead.
Shorter comes in 1-9 and 3-11 overall. It has been a tough season for the Hawks in the same fashion as it has been for the women's team. So, let's bring you the starting lineups for these two teams, starting out with Shorter. Jaden Dunham. He is a 6'8" sophomore from Brunswick, Georgia, and I'm very familiar with that town because that's only 60 miles from where I was born and raised, in Waycross, Georgia. So I'm familiar with where Jaden's from, averaging 9 points a game and shooting 59% for the season. And then the guy they'll go to a lot tonight, Rafael Husu. He is a 6'2" sophomore from Weston, Florida. Averaging 13 points a game. And then you got the 3 juniors. In fact, you got 4 juniors on this team, but 3 of them starting. Ricky Knight Jr., he's a 6'4" senior from Fayetteville, Georgia. Went to Fayette County High School, is averaging 12 points a game. Mark Wilcox Jr., he's from Mobile, Alabama. He goes 6'5". He's a graduate student and a community college transfer. And then Ralph Barnett Jr., he is from Florence, Alabama. He went to Snead State Community College. He's averaging 6 per game on the season. That's your starters for the Hawks. Now for the Bulldogs. Here we go. It's going to be the same names that you'll see and have been seeing for much of this season. J.T. DeBuck. And here's a guy who can just do anything with the ball. He has that low center of gravity, and J.T. averaging 8.5 a game and 47 assists on the season. 6'1" junior from Broward County, Florida. And then Jalen Johnson, 6'1" graduate student from Hopkinsville, Kentucky. And he's averaging 9 per game on the season. He's had 15 steals. Bo Gidgel, the guy whose name I love to call, 12-point average, 9 rebounds. He's the leading rebounder for the Bulldogs. 6'8" senior from L.A. Jeremiah Littlepage, and hello again to Ma Littlepage. I hope you had a wonderful Christmas and New Year. Jeremiah is 6'8", the junior from Birmingham, averaging 8 a game and 5 rebounds. And Ty Parks, who you'll be hearing from, we're going to have an up-close and personal interview with Ty on Saturday during Union University basketball at halftime. And you're going to find it most entertaining. 6'5" senior from Pocahontas, Tennessee, which is down near the Mississippi line. He is averaging 21 points and 8 rebounds, and he has once again been named the Tennessee Sports Writers Association College Player of the Week. And so those are your starters for the Bulldogs of Dave Niven. Union leads in the series 16-3 between these two teams. They won the last matchup between these two 76-61 over in Rome, Georgia. And we are about set to get started with this one tonight. Starting lineup's about ready to be introduced. You got a number of the boosters that have been back in the booster room to fill their tanks, and they are gradually making their way back into Fred DeLay Gymnasium. And remember, Saturday, we're right back here, 1:45. Love to see you here in person. 1:45 is the airtime on the Bulldog Network, but at 2 o'clock, they'll tip it off between Union and Lee, and arguably that is Union's biggest rival in the Gulf South Conference. And Coach Marty Rowe will be bringing his undefeated in the conference Lady Flames in here. They will be double tough. And here we go, starting out with Jaden Dunham. This team on the season, Shorter, is averaging 63 points a game. They've given up 72 per game. And then looking down the ledger, they're shooting 45% from the field. So they got a good shooting percentage, 36% from behind the arc. They can burn you. And they are only 68% from the free throw line. That's one of their biggest challenges. They're averaging 16 turnovers a game. Now here come the Bulldogs. And here he is again, Justin DeBuck, JT, the junior from Broward County, Florida. That hair is flowing, so you know where he's always going to be. Jalen Johnson and then Bo Gidgel. Bo was, I think, already anxious to get onto the floor without being introduced. Yeah, you see he just goes, Bo Gidgel. Bo's already shaking hands with the officials. Jeremiah Littlepage, I can tell you his mom is very proud of him. And then Ty Parks. He's showing off that number tonight. I will tell you that when you see the interview with him on Saturday, we talk about how he learned to go and attack the basket and go in for dunks. It's like a story you've never heard before. And he was so entertaining to me. I almost just sat back and let him talk because he told a story about his own upbringing in basketball that is just really worth listening to. So you'll see that on Saturday afternoon. But Bo is going to jump it against Dunham. And we are about set to go as the Bulldogs take the home floor for the first time since before Christmas. So enjoy for the next 2 hours or so and let the games begin as Union gets the tip. Steve Beverly bringing you all of the play-by-play story tonight, and it is always our pleasure to be back with you. And again, saying hello to all the moms and dads and all of the aunts and uncles, brothers and sisters and cousins and good friends of players from both of these schools. The big three right off the bat. So Ty Parks, if he can get that momentum, he says he gets the feel of the basketball, and if he gets that early momentum, he's had some games where it didn't happen until the second half. Trying to go up high for it and just couldn't get it there was Brown. So Chris Brown Jr. a little short, but they got the offensive board. And fall away three. The iron was unkind. And Ty with a rebound. Union wants to get back on the winning ways after dropping 2 on the road in the last week, including one that was a heartbreaker down at Alabama Huntsville, 76-74. And the big bomb just off the iron. But Bo with the offensive board, and it is short. Air ball for, I guess you have to call it an air ball if it only slaps the bottom of the net for Johnson. But apparently it was last touched by Shorter, so Union will play it. Lady Bulldogs won 99-39 against Shorter, in case you just joined us. And they go from the corner again. And that time, it almost as if the cylinder had eyes in it, and no go for Johnson. A lot of rotation in this offense. You'll see them constant movement. They're going to have a difficult time penetrating the paint tonight, so a lot of their action is probably going to be from the outside. 9 on the shot clock. Big bomb is there. Knight Jr. connects. Ricky ties the game at 3. And the other Johnson at the opposite end nails it. Union 2 of 5 from behind the arc, but takes the lead 6-3. On paper, Union looks like the dominant team, but when you're looking at a team that hasn't played on its home floor since before Christmas, and you got to shake off the cobwebs of those losses that you had on the road, you never know what's going to happen. And again, 3 quick passes around the perimeter. Union is always looking for a screen or trying to set the open player for the pick. 10 on the shot clock. And on the inside, and he went for it all and draws the foul. Ty wants me to say something in description for him that I have in previous games, and I couldn't do it because he couldn't complete it there. But it will be coming tonight, I have every reason to believe. So Parks to the line for 2, and Ty on the season, an 83% shooter. Jalen Johnson is the leading free throw shooter at 88%. The big guy from Pocahontas, Tennessee, went to school at Middleton High School. He'll talk about his high school years in the interview we have with him on Saturday. And Union going to a modified half-court trap. They're not pressing entirely hard. Almost stolen. And it is. That's Jalen Johnson, who just reached in and snatched it away. And trying to take it all the way down and drawing the foul is Bo Gidgel. He saw that trip down the lane and a free ticket for it, and he knew he was either going in for a layup or drawing the foul. Second foul of the game called on Shorter. And Gidgel from the free throw line, 59%. This is not his strong suit. But the senior delivers. And Union off to a 9-3 lead. Lady Bulldogs victory tonight, their 7th straight on the season. But they still trail Lee University by 2 games in the conference standings, so it is critical for Saturday's game against Marty Rowe's group. Boy, he couldn't get by Gidgel. He wanted to. And a nice turn and curl left-hand layup for Dunham. Dunham averaging 8.5 a game for this Hawk team. And kicked away. So Union committing its second turnover of the game. Turnovers really were costly for Union on that road trip. And on the drive in, the foul, and that's going to send Wilcox Jr. to the free throw line. And the foul is charged to Bo Gidgel. And Wilcox on the season is a 63% free throw shooter. And off the back of the iron, 68% for the season for Shorter. Union shoots 72% from the line. And Wilcox delivers the second of the two to make it a 10-6 game. Glad to have all of you aboard who are watching us on the Stream On app, powered by We Are Streamers on a Budget, and our good friend from Canada, George Brunet, who's become a fan of Union University basketball. And they kick it out on the corner, and the three is there. Big arc on that one for JT. Union by 7. So you've had 4 different Bulldogs out of this starting lineup who have scored. And on the inside, almost stolen. And beautiful block by Littlepage. Timed it perfectly against Brown. And we've got timeout. 15:33 remaining. Union on top 13-6. Right now, we'll unloosen our collar while we pick up $1.
Are you looking for a Christian college or are starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
Now, you talk about 60s music. The Lady Bulldog cheerleaders are doing their routine. You don't see them on camera right now, but they are doing their routine to one of the all-time 60s hits, Hey, Hey, Baby, by the Swingin' Medallions. And that's a song that back when I was in high school one night, coming back from a big tournament semifinal victory on a bus that we had to ride 100 miles on, the team just struck up with that and sang that all the way home. And you got to figure, that was a 2-hour trip. 2 hours of singing the same song. I don't know if anybody could do that today, but we did. Union on top 13-6. And this the women's game was very, very quickly played, and as the way things are going right now, it looks like that may happen with this game right here, because they had very, very limited number of fouls called during the women's game tonight if you weren't here to see it. Union got out to a 29-15 in and out. robbed on that one was Ty Parks. He probably wanted to take a tum after that. And they go inside the pedestal, and beautiful fake on the part of Wilcox, and he nails his third point of the game. This Shorter team may have only one conference victory and only 3 victories overall in the season, but they've stayed with some teams for a long time before falling in their losses. They will leave everything on the floor tonight, trust me. Inside, Littlepage, easy. Very softly delivered. So Jeremiah, every one of the starters is now scored as Union leads at 15-8. The game leader so far, Ty Parks, with 5, and you would expect that as the turnover occurs. You'd expect that with Ty with his 21-point-a-game average. He's been both a National Player of the Week and multi-state Player of the Week in college basketball. I mean, that guy has so many weapons. Getting ready to come in for Union is Ivan Prug, who before Christmas we saw him pick up his game on this floor. We got 14 to go here in the first half. Down to 4. And the bomb is there. Ty with a Jones Chevrolet three-pointer. And Union by 10. Strong defense on the part of the Bulldogs. They're not trying to let him get inside very often. Fall-away 3 is very short. And here we go. This is going to be a race. It's 3-on-2. And Gidgel doesn't make it go, but he will go to the line for 2. They say he was in the act of shooting as he delivered. Foul is charged to Chris Brown Jr. That is his third team foul of the half. So Gidgel goes to the line. Made his first 2 in this contest. He'd love to be able to lift that average. Give him 3 in a row. Checking in for Shorter is Ralph Barnett Jr., the 6'4" graduate student from Florence, Alabama. Over there in the shoals of North Alabama. And trying to make it 4 for 4. And he does. So all of Bo's points have come from the free throw line. Lane Sarver has checked in also for Union. And Union still in that half-court trap, and it goes off of the foot of Ty Parks. You almost sense that when Ty's out there on the court, unless Union is trailing and he gets that intense look, that he's got that sheepish grin that he's hiding away. That's what makes him fun to watch for this team. And when the students come back, I hope they will give. And big three-pointer for Knight Jr. He's got 6. That closes the gap to 9. When that student section comes back, though, and Ty starts his antics, they will erupt. There you go. Beautiful bounce pass on the drive, and Ty has it to roll out. Dunham with a rebound. So far, 44% from the floor for Shorter. And they thought about the 3, but he drives it to the inside with a floater that turns out to be an air ball and slapped out by Parks. And they have 10 remaining on the shot clock. We got 12:30 to go. Union with a 9-point margin. It's been a very steady, workmanlike performance. Bulldogs 4 out of 8 from behind the arc. And, that was an interesting movement on the part of Barnett, and it rims out on his 3-point opportunity. Beautiful kick to the inside, and the big splash is there for Littlepage, and timeout is called. 12 minutes, 11 seconds remaining. Union on top, 22-11. Well, I'm going to reach over here and have a piece of pie that is key lime while we go pick up a dime.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
Let's take a look at our scoring, our scoreboard brought to you by the Bulldog, well, we could say Bulldog Blitz, but it is the BallGame Blitz Sports Network. Shorter shooting 36% from the floor, 4 out of 11, 2 out of 6 from behind the arc for 33%, 1 out of 2 in free throws for 50. For Union, with the 11-point lead, 6 out of 11 from the floor at 55%, 4 of 8 in three-pointers for 50, and then 6 out of 6 in free throws. They're perfect tonight, 100%, and Union the edge rebounding 8-4. Turnovers in the game so far, each team has committed 2. Union has picked up 5 points off of the mistakes of Shorter. So we bring them back onto the floor. And Dave Niven is hoping that he can play a lot of players in this one, but they're going still to that half-court trap with about 3 in the backcourt. This is Knight. Knight really quarterbacks this club and got a good break on that one, and the shot was just too low. And that one's short. And beautiful job, and it's going to be an opportunity for a three-point play. That's what you call great court concentration on the part of Barnett. He did not lose focus on that and just got the tip in. One of my favorite coaches of all time, Coach Paul Leroy, said if you could get 8 to 10 tip-ins in a game, you probably are going to win. And so Barnett with an opportunity. That foul was charged to Prug. So Barnett a chance at a three-point play. And delivers. Got that friendly roll. So they close it to within 8. As I say, they will hang around with you. Parks, that beautiful ball handling ability. Look how he weaves his way between all of those players. I don't even know how he stayed balanced. Union will play it out of bounds with 16 on the shot clock. And here we go in the corner once again. Sarver with it, looking for somebody to cut. They got 4 to go, and so they're going to have to put up the 3, and it was off the back of the iron. But a good offensive rebound. Going to try it again. That time it goes. Sarver. Give him 3, and so Union back to the 11-point margin. We've got 11 minutes remaining in this first half. And again, this team has an ability to try. They love to try to penetrate the inside, but they managed to kick it back outside, could not deliver the 3. That's been the problem. They average 36% on the season, which is not bad from behind the arc, but tonight they've just not been falling. Fall-away jumper. Completely off balance. JT, it looked like it was going to drop, but he didn't get the Plinko bounce on it. We're almost halfway through this first 20 minutes of action. They're working against Littlepage and got the right-hand hook shot in there for Hodges. 25-16, a 9-point margin for the Bulldogs. It's been pretty steady between 7 and 10 points for most of this contest so far. Biggest lead was 12 at 20-8. All right, Union will play it again. And taking a rest finally is JT DeBuck because he has played all the way, and also Little Page is going to come out. So they got Prug in there. Parks is in. And let's see how Dave Niven plays this one. High lob on the inside. Gidgel, double spin move, and it won't fall. Tipped into the hands of Knight Jr. for the rebound. Now watch the inside play, and they had a perfect screen, and it would not drop. That's been the problem tonight, but they have been going after the offensive rebounds. Nice block. Going from the corner again, short. And excellent awareness to kick it off of Park's foot, and so they will have it underneath with another 20 with 9:24 remaining. Union on top 25-16. Bulldogs trying to get their 9th victory of the season, but more importantly, to stay only one game back in the conference race. Could not get the geometry right, and Parks the rebound. Barnett had an opening, but just couldn't get the hook to bank off properly. And Parks is trying to get open on the inside. He's battling Wilcox. 10 on the shot clock. And that one just went out through the outstretched hands of Prug. So a chance to capitalize once again off of Union turnover. And Prug would not let him have his way and forces the turnover. Quick release. 3 is there. Prug with one from outside. So you have had so far 7 Bulldogs to score. And trying again. That's the second time Barnett has not been able to get it high enough off the glass. Prug again. Nope. Went way right. Give it to, they're going to go back to Shorter. Union up, matches its largest lead at 28-16. And checking in now is Brown Jr., and also coming in for the first time this evening is Carter Selman, the 6-foot sophomore. He's a redshirt sophomore from Monroe, Georgia, or as some people in that part of the country call it, Monroe, Georgia. You can put the accent wherever you like. That's where Monroe Area High School is located. And we're under 8 minutes to go in this first half. And going off of the foot on the inside, and the foul, a little bit of a push there by Bo Gidgel. And Bo's got to get a little careful because that's his second foul, and we have timeout. 7 minutes and 47 seconds remaining, and Union still steady lead, 28-16. More after this.
Buying a home is a major milestone, and at the Bank of Jackson, we want to help you achieve it. Our mortgage specialists can assist you with conventional, VA, FHA, or construction loans, as well as USDA and THDA development loans. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Dave Niven. He said defensively his teams did not play well on the road. He was not terribly dissatisfied with their performance at Alabama Huntsville because that is such a difficult place to play on the road. And to have it slip away 76-74, he felt like the team was competitive all the way down the stretch. But the first road game at West Alabama, he said, we just did not play defense at all. And I was looking forward to getting back home, although before this road trip, Union had been a stronger road team. When they come on this floor Saturday, they'll be taking on a Lee team that is tied for the lead at 8-2 with Alabama Huntsville and West Alabama, and West Georgia is right up there at 8-3. Union in 5th place, but only one game behind in the conference standings. thinking about that three. And double head fake and a nice left-hand hook shot that navigates its way through for Reith. I should say Reith, Ian Reith. And going for the bomb. Yes! Perfect range. Excellent job by Jalen Johnson. That is his second three of the night, and Union back to a 13-point margin. Almost losing it. A little bit reckless with the dribble. And a nice left-hand delivery. Perfect job on that by Knight Jr. Union will spread them out. We're under 7 minutes to go in the first half. All right, here goes Johnson to set the play. Instead, it's the big bomb, and it's not there. And forcing that one, but getting another offensive board. Bulldogs still with a third opportunity at this one. And they have 14 to try to drive it home. And inside they go, and they got to hurry now with only 5. Big bomb. No, iron unkind. Tipped away, and it'll go back to Shorter. And checking in once again is Dunham. Jaden with a 9-point per game average, and he is their leading percentage shooter on the season at 59% from the floor. And again, trying to see if they can get somebody to penetrate back door in the paint. The bomb is not there, and they're going to scramble. And it's going to be nice job of just tipping away over into the hands, and back to the corner for the bomb is not there for Selman. And overshooting the layup. A third opportunity and getting the drop through. Selman just would not be denied, and he's cut the lead down to 9. Chance of defense coming from the bench of Shorter. They fell behind by 13, but now going for the three from the corner, and it is not there for Newsom. Now here's the big guy, Reith, working one-on-one against Littlepage, and does not get the Plinko drop. And here goes a fast drive on the part of Newsom, in between everybody, and gets it up high and in. Total determination by Emmanuel Newsom, and Union back to the 11-point margin. Going for the bomb, and it's in and out. They have just had an awful time tonight on threes. 2 out of 13, way below their season average. And the jumper. And he won't get the drop. Dunham the rebound, and here they come once again. And going right through all the defenders for a left-hand layup is Brown Jr., and Dave Niven decides to take timeout with 4:15 remaining. So Union still on top, 33-24. Back in a moment. Well, Dave Niven has seen his team up by as many as 13 at 31-18, but now it's a 6-2 run on the part of Shorter. And as we've said, don't let the record deceive you. They are pesky. They will stay with you. And the key thing is for Union continuing to try to see if they can drive the inside. And they've kept Ty Parks somewhat quiet for about the last 5 minutes of this game. He and Knight Jr. for Shorter are the game leaders with 8, 6 for Jalen Johnson for Union. And on the other side of the ledger, there's just a lot of 2s and 3s across the board, as you've had 8 Hawks to score, and for Union, 8 Bulldogs. So they've matched cards on that pretty well. Big category, though, is points off turnovers. It's a 9-point lead, and Union has an 8-1 edge in points off of turnovers in this game. So if you have that, 7 of those, a 7-point margin, and you lead by 9, that's a very significant factor in the game. Rebounding, it's in the corner of Shorter, 19-16. They picked up 10 offensive rebounds in this game, so they've had a lot of second and third chance opportunities at the basket. Each team has 3 timeouts remaining in the game. Nice job knocking it away by Brown. JT. And Little Page can't get it to fall. Couldn't get the glass to work for him, and it falls away. Double teaming on the inside against Dunham, and it was kicked, and so give it back to Union. That is the 4th turnover for Shorter. Union has made 3. And we're under 4 minutes remaining in this first half of play that, as I say, has been swiftly played. Halftime, you're going to be visiting with Leah Church, one of our co-players of the game tonight for the Lady Bulldogs. She's had 2 straight home games with 15 points. There you go, the jumper on the inside rather than going back for the 3, and Johnson can do that. He can drive and take that dribble drive, and he did that time. So Union back to the 11-point margin. And we're down to 3 minutes remaining. And a fall-away 3 that's just nowhere near there. He was completely off balance. Brown it was almost like a desperation try. This would be a big possession for Union. The bomb. The 3. JT with a Jones Chevrolet 3, making it 38-24. Now watch this battle on the inside. Reith is really working hard against Sarver. He falls back away for the 3 and connects. That's only the 3rd 3 of the game, but it was timed well for Brown. They needed that one. Parks. He has that low center of gravity for a big guy, and he just keeps his balance all over the floor. The floater is there. Tell you what, Johnson is hot. He's the first in double figures with 10. He's 4 of 7 from the floor. And we're under 2 minutes remaining. Union back to that 13-point margin. This is Brown. And tipped away. Give it back to Shorter. Quick defense. Good hands on the part of DeBuck. That's like an All-State tip away. And checking back in now is Husu, who happens to be their leading scorer, averaging 13 a game. They have managed to hold him scoreless in this contest. Down to 7 on the shot clock. They're going to have to get one inside, and it's a turnover. Here goes Parks. Let's see if he tries to take it all the way. No, he's going to bring it back. And nice block on the inside. And Sarver off the dish from Little Page. Excellent court awareness, and Bulldogs by 15. Good give and go. Excellent bounce pass from Dunham into Knight, and Knight has 10 now for the Hawks. Final minute of the first half. Wide open, and the big splash does not fall, but the foul. Dunham. So Dunham has that was one of those things that Jeremiah, he had all day for that one, and the only thing that could have saved it was a hard foul like Dunham just delivered. So, two-shot opportunity for Jeremiah Littlepage. He has not been to the line tonight. That was one of those quiet as a morgue free throws. Littlepage on the season is a 54% free throw shooter. So you figure if you get this one, it's a bonus. And JL delivers to make it 44-29. Union playing strong man-to-man defense. A lot of switching off. And Littlepage will not let him have a ticket down the lane. 12 on the shot clock. And the jumper. And the foul, it was a delayed call in the foul. And I'm not sure. It's going to send Wilcox to the line. I am not sure who that was called against. I think it may have been Ty Parks. Yeah. It's only the fourth foul that Union has committed in this half, and Shorter has committed only 5. So we got a 44-30 game, and unless he misses this one and they get an offensive board, Union will have the last chance at a basket in this half. Excellent free throw shooter is Wilcox. And here we go. And they have a problem with the shot clock. And the official, I think, did not know whether there was under 30 seconds remaining. They're going to come over and talk it over at the table with timekeeper Carlos Spencer. We see right now 25.3 seconds remaining. Bulldogs on top, 44. Now they cut it down to 24.2. So regardless, Union is probably going to try to squeeze it for the final opportunity. We'll see whether there's a risk for a steal here. JT is going to hold it as long as he can. Down to 7. They got to hurry now. On the inside, this is going to be really difficult with 2.8 seconds remaining, and Union frittered that opportunity away, and I can see Dave Niven shaking his head. But only 2.8 seconds left, so this is going to have to be a big heave for them to come up with anything here. And that was after he released that one after the horn went off, so it would not have counted anyway. It was a good heave, but a bit short by Hodges. So Union will take a 44-31 lead into the locker room, and it has been pretty steady all the way through. Bulldogs have led it from the beginning. Biggest lead was at 15 at 44-29. And let's take a look at your scoring. Ricky Knight Jr. with 10 points. He's the only one in double figures for Shorter. You got 5 each for Wilcox Jr. and for Chris Brown Jr. Over for Union, Jalen Johnson, who's had a couple of threes and has had a fine night. 10 points for him. He and Knight are the only two in double figures. And then Ty Parks with 8, 4 rebounds for Ty. Pretty steady for him. 6 each for Littlepage and DeBuck. And so it's been very well distributed. 8 different Bulldogs have scored, and for the Hawks, 7 different players have connected tonight, and Union taking it to the locker room 44-31. Well, our halftime feature tonight is introducing you to one of the Lady Bulldogs transfer players. She is a graduate transfer, and you're going to love her story. Leah Church, I had an opportunity to visit with her before the game. Her parents happened to be here in Jackson for the weekend to see her play. You are going to find she is one of the best storytellers and one of the nicest young ladies that you'll ever meet. So let's go to our halftime feature, Up Close and Personal, with Leah Church of the Lady Bulldogs.
Well, we love to introduce a lot of newcomers to the Lady Bulldogs and Bulldogs to you at home. And one that we've had a joy of seeing this year up in the broadcast booth, and I know you have, who have been either at the games live or if you watch us on a regular basis, is one of our graduate transfer students, Leah Church. Leah, it is so good to meet you and to have you here.
It is good to be here, Mr. Steve. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, when I knew we were going to do this, the timing of this was just absolutely great, because our last TV game that we had, you were our player of the game, because you got out on that court and you were suddenly red hot with threes, and you were just nailing them all over the place. And whereas we had a lot of people in double figures that night, we said Leah's got to be the choice. And so,
well, I appreciate you picking me. It's an honor for sure.
Well, I want to get right into this. First, we'd like to find out about you and your teammates whenever we do this. Tell us first a little bit about where you're from and about your family.
Sure. So I'm from Purlear, North Carolina. It's a small little town, kind of out in the country a little bit. And I have one sister, an older sister that's 3 years older than me, and she's married, and she has a daughter and a little boy. And I love my niece and nephew, Violet and Nate. And then I was raised in a Christian home. My dad is a full-time missionary evangelist, and I was homeschooled all the way through by my mom. She was a stay-at-home mom. And me and my sister both homeschooled all the way through from the beginning till graduated high school. And so I was really blessed just to have a very supportive family, always by my side, my biggest fans, and I'm super close to them and grateful for them.
Boy, that's great to learn that much about the Leah Church story right off the bat with that. And how much older is your sister than you?
She's 3 years older.
3 years older. All right.
Yep.
So both of you were homeschooled. Tell us about that experience, because we did that with our own daughters.
Right.
Tell us for you what that meant to have mom being your teacher every day.
Oh, it was one of the biggest blessings of my life. Just being able to wake up and be with my sister and my mom, and the flexibility it gave us, but also it allowed mom and dad to teach me and my sister Taylor, the ways of the Lord. Each and every single day we were trained and raised, reading the Bible every morning, doing devotions. And I think that was the biggest thing for me to help me grow in my faith each and every day. So then I was well equipped that when I did, get to college, I was able to stand and I was grounded in my faith. And so I think that was one of the biggest blessings of my life for sure, was being homeschooled.
I appreciate you saying that, because so often we hear from young people who go through Union, and of course with me being a professor there for 29 years, a lot of times you'll get students who will do internships in different areas, and they'll come back and they'll say, can you really do this for a living and still be a Christian? And we're always telling them, hey, who are you? How are you rooted? And what are your values, and how are you rooted in the faith? If you do that, you can do anything.
That's exactly right.
And I think that's what you're telling us, the values that you've been raised with.
Yes, sir, for sure. Like I said, having it every single day and the consistency of being in the Word of God and just being brought up in the ways of the Lord, I think it made all the difference, for my path in life. So I'm blessed.
Leah, how did basketball first become a part of your life? How did you get bitten by the bug?
Well, I remember having a basketball in my hand. I think since I first had memories, so probably 3 years old. They say I was basically born with a ball in my hand, and I was one of the kids early on playing, soccer and softball, but basketball, I just had a different type of love for the game, and I loved shooting the basketball. That was my thing. I just loved shooting. Defense, take it or leave it. No, I'm just kidding. shooting the 3-pointers later on, that I don't know. It's just a desire that I think God gave me early on. I'm super competitive. It doesn't matter if I'm playing a game of cards or a board game or ping pong. I want to win. And so just being competitive, basketball brought that out of me, and I felt super fulfilled when I played. And so, yeah, I guess like you say, I was bitten by the bug pretty early on, and I've loved it ever since.
So in other words, what you're telling me is that if you and I were to play a game of Monopoly, you would do everything you can to be the first one to get Park Place and Boardwalk.
That's exactly right. Win at all costs. Win at all costs.
I like that, because it translates to the floor in basketball.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about this. Now, being homeschooled, how did you get experience? Was there a homeschool league where you participated, or were you allowed to play, say, with a public or a private high school?
So early on, when I was like 12 years old, I played on a homeschool team. It was about an hour from my house. We didn't really have anything locally for me to play on. And so it was, like you said, it was one of those things, like, it was hard to get exposure, and I was not allowed to play on my local public school team. And so we really prayed for the Lord to open up something that I could get my name out there, get on a competitive team, get exposure. And so we found a team. They were actually a private school team that allowed me to still be homeschooled, but play on their team. And they were one of the top teams in North Carolina. We traveled to Florida. We traveled to New York. And so it was almost like a showcase team during the high school season. So I was able to play on that team my junior and senior year of high school, which really helped me. And so it was another thing where kind of the Lord just orchestrated my path and brought that team into my life.
So obviously that experience led you to the University of North Carolina, and yes, you were already a Tar Heel. So
that's exactly right.
And so you got the experience in high school doing that. So how did you come to the attention of UNC?
Well, this could be a 30-minute discussion in and of itself, because it's truly a miracle how I got to Carolina. But the fast story of that would be, I grew up a diehard Carolina fan. I was the one that had the bedroom decked out and Carolina stuff. You would find me in a Carolina jersey wherever I went. Like, it didn't matter. I was wearing Carolina stuff. And so I attended Carolina basketball camp starting at 7 years old, and attended there all the way through until I think I was like 16. And so the coaching staff kind of knew of me because I came every year. They were like, oh, there's that girl. She's back again. And then sure enough, I was. And so they kind of knew of me. But interestingly, my teammate that I played with, this private school team, Forest Trail, she had committed to NC State University. And so NC State would come to our games and stuff, and they watched us play, and they ended up offering me a preferred walk-on spot. And so I ended up committing to NC State, which is a rivalry of the Tar Heels. And so out of the blue,
all about it.
Yes, and so like it was against everything in me to commit to NC State, but Carolina had never pursued me, never showed any interest in like recruiting me. And then out of the blue one day, we got an email from the assistant coach at Carolina, and she simply said, can you give Coach Hatchell a call? And I was like, oh, absolutely. Like, I've been waiting on this moment forever. So I called Coach Hatchell, which she was the head coach at that time, been there 33 years, Hall of Fame coach. And she answered the phone, and she was like, I just can't believe that a Tar Heel girl committed to the Wolfpack. I was like, well, Coach Hatchell, I was waiting around. Like, I really wanted you to call me. And so ended up, she wanted me to come on a visit. And so I went on a visit. I went to her office, and she sat me down, and she was, we just small talked, and she had battled leukemia about 2 years before. I had sent her a card in the mail telling her I was praying for her. And she said, about 2 weeks ago, I opened the drawer and saw this card from you. And she said, ever since I saw that card, she said, I have not been able to get you off my mind. And she said these words. She said, Leah, the Lord told me to offer you a full scholarship to play basketball at Carolina, and all you have to do is say yes. And so I'm sitting there, tears streaming down my face, a true God thing of how he continually used basketball, to orchestrate, his plan for my life. And so that's how I got to Carolina. That's kind of a long story, but that's how I got there.
It is so wonderful to visit with you and to have a chance to let our fans at home have a chance to get to know you. And so what we're looking for is more of those big 3-pointers to come in from the outside and just to enjoy the journey of the rest of the season. Right. And I thank you for your time, and it's just been a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Mr. Steve. Go Bulldogs.
And so on that note, we are going to go back down to the court for more of this exciting action.
Now, there is more to Leah Church's story. You only got half of it there. So Saturday, between games of Union and League, You're going to hear her entire story, and there is more that is, I can tell you, it's like reading a chapter of one of your favorite books. So Leah will be back with us again between games, and then during the men's halftime on Saturday, we'll have Ty Parks with us. So we're going to have a blast, and I just love being able to visit with these Bulldogs and Lady Bulldogs and share with you their personalities and their stories. And I will tell you one more thing before we go to the stats. Leah and the Lady Bulldogs, along with Coach Mark Campbell, they all went to Panera Bread for supper tonight after their game. They won 99-39. And I can tell you, I told them both, I said, if I didn't have to call another game, I'd be there with you. Didn't happen. So let's go to the stats. At the half, your stats are brought to you by the BallGame Blitz Sports Network, powered by Worthy Road Studios. And here we go. Union 48% from the floor, 14 of 29, and Shorter 12 of 34 for 35%. Big difference in three-pointers. Union has picked up 8 out of 17 for 47%, and it's been a dark night for threes. Only 3 out of 14 for Shorter for 21%. From the free throw line, Union has hit all 8 of its free throws, and that is huge tonight. 4 of them from Bo Gidgel, who is a 59% free throw shooter. So they haven't missed. For Shorter, 4 out of 5. But interestingly, we've only had 8 personal fouls called in this game. Rebounding, Shorter has the edge, 20-17. Some of that is because of the number of offensive rebounds they've had off the missed shots. Turnovers, not many in this game tonight. Union with 4 and Shorter with 5, but Union has capitalized off of every single one of Shorter's turnovers to have a 12-1 edge in points off turnovers. That's huge again. So Bulldogs on top, 44-31 as we prepare to go for the second half, led by Jalen Johnson's 10 points. And you got Ricky Knight Jr. leading Shorter with 10. And the key is probably the first 6 to 8 minutes of this second half is, can Shorter make a run that can make a difference? If not, this is probably in Union's hands, but there's a lot of basketball to be played. Bulldogs trying for their 9th victory of the season in 15 outings, but more importantly, attempting to advance to 8-3 in the Gulf South Conference, because they were only 1 game behind 3 leaders tonight, namely West Alabama Lee and Alabama Huntsville, and it was last weekend that Union lost to both Alabama Huntsville and West Alabama. And they've got Lee coming in on Saturday. So it's a chance to make up some ground with both of these games. Bulldogs getting ready to take it for the second half. Alternate possession will go to Shorter to begin this second half. Steve Beverly, glad to have you aboard tonight. It's been fun to be with you, and I hope that you have had a great new year start wherever you are, and I hope it continues that way. So to toss it in is going to be Husu. And they're picking up the tempo on this a little bit more. A lot of quick passes, but they lose it out of bounds. It went off the hands of Brown, and so they start right out with a turnover. They're 6th. But as I say, they've done a pretty good job of taking care of the basketball. They just have not been able to hit well from the floor. And this is a team that shoots 45% for the season. That is not a bad percentage at all. Now, sometimes Park's second half is where he's really explosive. 7 on the shot clock. Fall away is off the mark. And here you go with Brown. He would have loved to have gone down the middle of that lane, and he would have found a brick wall. And again, they work the perimeter. Nine on the shot clock. Down the middle and getting it. They waited for the opening. They took about 24 seconds off the possession, and Brown now has 7. and giving up. This is where you can see a team like this and dishing it out. And he got it over Parks. Wilcox with 7, and so the first 4 points go to Shorter as they've closed this to a 9-point margin, and better yet, they have done it off Union turnovers. And again, Gidgel on the outside. Gidgel's been quiet for a lot of this game. He only has 4. And outside from the corner, and Parks could not make it fall, but excellent. In and out, he was robbed. And trying to get it, and that is concentration personified by Gidgel. He would not be denied 3 opportunities at the basket, and it finally drops through. And that was huge because that could have been another 4-point turnaround. And the right-hand hook is not there by Dunham, and so Union quickly down the floor. All the way through and not getting his bank shot right. That geometry was off the mark, and down at the opposite end and going all the way for a 3-point opportunity is Knight. So Shorter is coming out with a mission here as they're starting the second half. It's 46-37. Union was on top at halftime, 44-31, so they've already started out on a 6-2 run, and that is huge emotionally for this team. I know that's not something Dave Niven was hoping to see. In and out on the free throw. And going to the deck hard, Little Page just simply slid on the floor and lost it. And the jumper right through the heart. Brown with 9. They have closed it to within 7. It was at halftime a 13-point margin, and in less than 3 minutes, they've sliced it almost in half. Wide open for the 3, and nobody was challenging Gidgel. He has 9. And that was big for Union to try to get back on top of it, and just beating his man down the lane was Knight. He's the game leader now with 14. High, and just simply didn't get it high enough off the glass. He had a ticket, and it goes off the foot of Knight, and Union with a free ticket here and loses it. JT was just swarmed under there underneath the basket by Dunham. So here we go back at the opposite end, and this Shorter team is really playing for keeps now. And again, down the baseline. And another beautiful bank shot. They are really working their fundamentals now as Wilcox has 9, and it has been closed to within 6. It hasn't been this close since there were about 12 minutes remaining in the first half. Union badly needs a basket. Little Page for a 3, and the iron was unkind. Wilcox the rebound. Now they're going to slow the tempo. And we'll see what Coach Wade Anderson calls here. And going to the deck hard, somebody is in deep trouble. That one's short. Finally picking himself up, limping just a bit, but it looks like that Johnson is okay. They could ill afford to lose him right now. And Dave Niven's going to take a timeout. And he's going to take a full timeout. 49-43, Union still on top, but Shorter is on the march. So let's take this timeout, and we will be back.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
Dave Niven we thought that you might want to hear what he's saying. And the sermon is continuing with a distinct pause and a stare. Sometimes it is much better for us to be quiet and let you just hear. I will tell you, if they don't respond to that sermon, nobody will. That's as intense as you will see Dave Niven get. And they have brought in Dusan Jordovich at the post. Let's see if they answer this in the altar call. Let's see if they respond. 16 on the shot clock for the Bulldogs. A lot of rotation and going deep for the three. No, iron still unkind, but a big, big rebound for Gidgel. Going for the three. Short. And it goes out of bounds, and how frustrating can that be for Selman, because he had a clear path to it and it just went off his hands. It's almost as if he had shortening on them, and we've got timeout once again. 14:57 to go. Union only up by 6 now, 49-43.
We realize you have a busy lifestyle. And at the Bank of Jackson, we're here to help you fulfill all of your financial needs, personal and business loans, mortgages, online banking and bill pay, and so much more. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Bank of Jackson, one of our fine sponsors and a great institution for this community, and we appreciate them greatly. Dave Niven, a little bit calmer in this point, but I think he made his point to that team in the previous timeout that he called. He only has 2 timeouts left, and Coach Anderson has 3 left for Shorter. In case you weren't with us for the women's game, it was a rather easy one, 99-39, and I'll give you a little bit of stat information that were near records tonight, and let's put it this way, they were on the Mount Rushmore of them. And I'm trying to get my notes here. The 21 threes that the Lady Bulldogs made, the 3rd most in school history. The record was 26, and then their 46 attempts at three-pointers. That's tied for the 2nd most in school history. The record is 47. And Jordovich just had it slapped away, and I can see the frustration on Dave Niven's face as this team just seems to be not anywhere close to where they were at the beginning. Jordovich the rebound. And taking it all the way down, and it is Parks. And it is 3, and boy, did they need that one. Tie with 11. So Union back to a 9-point margin. Thinking about the 3, in the corner was Husu. The best three-point shooter on this team is Atchley, who has not seen any action. He's at 48%. Now they're going to try one to match that in and out, and Jordovich the rebound. Newsom in there running the point. A lot of rotation between Newsom and Jalen Johnson. Parks thought about going all the way and lost his momentum and threw it away. And they go for the 3. This is going to be a 3-shot foul, and it is going to be on Jalen Johnson. And those are the ones that make you shake your head. Lane Sarver will check back in for Union. So 3 opportunities at it for Knight to close the gap back down to 6. Knight's a 75% free throw shooter, so he potentially could get all 3 of these. He delivers the first one. Boy, 3-shot foul opportunities are the kind that you just don't want to see. Unless you're the team that's shooting the 3-point, 3 foul opportunities. Sarver's back in. And as we say, with a 75% shooting percentage, he likely can nail all of these. And he is the game's leading scorer. He puts it in again, and that closes it to 6 once again. 17 points now for Knight. We got lots of time remaining, 13 minutes. Now, I told you this shorter team, they're pesky. Do not be deceived by their 3 wins on the season. Bank shot is there. Beautiful Bank of Jackson shot by Bo Gidgel to get him into double figures with 11. Now watch their patience and how steady they are. They've got Reith back into the game. And he tries the long distance hook and draws the foul. Sarver commits that foul, and that sends Reith to the line for 2. And he gets it. He's their leading percentage free throw shooter at 82%, so you figure he'll connect. Union 8 for 8 from the line tonight, but this could make, and it does, it makes Shorter 9 for 11. And we're back to that 6-point game once again. Union's led by as many as 15. It was 13 at halftime. Lots of time remaining, 12 and a half to be exact, and the foul. Trying to slap that one away, and it's going to be charged to Knight. That is his first. Only 5 fouls have been called on Shorter in the entire game. Union has only committed 8. The key thing is whether one of these teams will get in the bonus late in the contest. That could be a big factor. The kick out, and it's in and out. That was right there in the cylinder, and it would not drop. Reith had to really chase that one down. Double spin move and the right-handed hook by Dunham. We have a 4-point game at 54-50. Union has just played a bit listless in this half, and it did not drop. Frustrating for Gidgel that it didn't, but he has 2 shots. And he's a perfect 4 for 4 tonight from the line, and we have timeout with 11:58 remaining. Don't go anywhere. This one has the makings of a real dandy. Union leads it 54-50.
Championship DNA. That's what you find at Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. A full line of new Chevrolets plus West Tennessee's largest used car inventory. State-of-the-art service work and pre-approved auto loans online at JonesChevroletHumboldt.com. Shop with a winner. Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. The most important benefit when you buy from Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way? Peace of mind. Jones Chevrolet's warranty forever comes with every qualifying new and pre-owned vehicle. Powertrain coverage for as long as you own your vehicle. Find out more at Jones Chevrolet in Three-Way.
Well, Wade Anderson has certainly made some adjustments here in this second half because Union was on top 44-31, and it has been a 19-10 run for the Hawks. And so the Bulldogs clinging to a 4-point lead at this stage of the game. And on paper, this is a ball club that you definitely would feel like you were in command over in the way they played during the course of the season. Because coming into tonight, Shorter was at the bottom of the conference standings at 1-9, 3-11 overall. But they are fighting Union just as if it is 2 buzzsaws going at each other. And they have sliced that 15-point lead down to 4. And Yordovich is still in at the post. And Bo Gidgel goes to the line. Union hasn't missed one tonight. He's a transfer from Prairie View A&M. And he was robbed right there in the cylinder and just bounds out. And frankly, Wade Anderson, if he makes this one, they'll take 2 for 1. Short. And just rims out. So that's almost the equivalent of a turnover because you got to get it at the free throw line. And they have a chance to close this potentially to a 1-point game. This would be a huge upset in the conference if this Shorter team came from behind and took Union out. And a whistle away from the ball, and it's going to be down underneath. They'll give them another 20. It is charged to Bo Gidgel, and that is now his 3rd. Well, they're going to take Newsom out and bring back J.T. DeBuck. And coming in is Yvonne Prug for Gidgel because Dave Niven has got to have him down for the stretch run. But he's playing with 3 fouls, so to the bench he comes. And just shoving his defender away, Ty Parks. No call on it. And they're going to go for the bomb. We got a 1-point game. Knight with 20. What a night he has had, and I'm not trying to coin a pun there. 54-53, Union up 13 at halftime, leading by as many as 15. Sarver double-teamed. They go from the corner. No, way off the mark. Shorter, a chance to take the lead. This was not the way Union's script was written, and it was just short. Probably not well advised to have taken that shot from that far out. They had plenty of time to work it to the inside, so Union desperately needing another opportunity here. They've been held to 10 points in this first 9.5 minutes of the second half. And Parks, who is trying to, I think almost, and going for the 3. No, it is off the mark. And once again, Shorter, a chance to take the lead. Big bomb. Short. A little bit too far outside. And there you go, the reverse layup off the offensive rebound. And Husu, his first basket of the night, gives Shorter the lead. They have come back and come back and come back from 15 down to lead it 55-54. Going from the corner again. Again, it rims out. Union is like an Amana side by side. And wide open for a 3. Nobody picked him up from the corner. Perfect form on the part of Brown. He has 12. And Dave Niven's going to take time out. Now trailing 58-54. We'll be back. Don't go away.
Are you looking for a Christian college or are starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
This Shorter team has about a 6.5-hour ride from Rome, Georgia to Jackson, and they'll be playing down at Christian Brothers on Saturday. But my goodness, you look here, and they were down 13 at halftime, and it looked as though that they could potentially be out of this. They have outscored Union 27-10 here in the second half to take a 4-point lead at 58-54, and it's like the wheels have completely come off of Union. They've been led Shorter by Ricky Knight Jr. with 20 points and 12 for Chris Brown Jr. So they've got 32 of the 58 that Shorter has put up on the board. Union's got 3 guys in double figure. Gidgel's with 12, but he has 3 fouls and is on the bench. Parks 11 and Johnson 10, but Ty has grown cold. So Union with 22 on the shot clock. Here's Gidgel. He's back in with those 3 fouls and cannot get it to drop. Union can't buy a basket right now. Momentum is just huge on the side of the Hawks. Working against Littlepage was Reif. 15 on the shot clock. And you could see in the huddle during that timeout just the absolute, and the turnaround is there for Wilcox. This Shorter team is just playing with energy, enthusiasm, and they've got a 6-point lead. On the fake and the drive, now there's 7 on the shot clock. And the foul. Husu commits his first foul. Union with a new 20. But now having to play with a little bit of urgency because even though they're 6 down, and only 6 down, this game time just fritters away for them, and they just had no offense in the second half. Finally getting a bank in there. A Bank of Jackson shot for Bo Gidgel. 13 for Bo. And here's where Union desperately needs a stop. Big long bomb. Just rims off, and the rebound Gidgel. Bo now with 6 boards. Union needs one off of that miss. We're under 8 minutes to go. And it is Parks, and it's short. You could see that almost from the minute it left his hands. Just didn't have the energy or the arc on it. They go inside underneath. And the foul. DeBuck is charged with the foul. He caught it in the nose just a bit. And we'll come back for the free throw that would give them a 7-point lead right after this message.
The BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios. With over 750,000 views in 2022, we are where you need to advertise. Please subscribe to our Worthy Road Studios YouTube channel and join the other 4,000 subscribers watching local sports, including Union University, USJ, TCA, Jackson Christian, and Peabody. Our multi-camera broadcasts include slow-motion instant replay, on-screen scoreboard and graphics, and professional announcers. Thanks to our sponsors who make it all possible. BallGame Blitz Sports Network by Worthy Road Studios, the premier sports broadcast network in West Tennessee.
This time, the sermon is being delivered by Union's assistant coach, Easton Pozzoli. He is letting them have it. And he's the guy that runs the defense for this team. Look at him. He keeps going back over there to him. Well, this is, as I say, this is like you've had 2 different scripts for the 2 halves. Dave Niven went over to talk to the official during that timeout and to suggest that there was an elbow thrown before that foul. And so the officials are over looking at the replay right now. But Niven said there was an elbow suggesting it was a flagrant foul. So now the officials are having a conversation just across midcourt. And let's see what happens. They're coming over to talk to Dave Niven. And apparently, just from his gestures, it appears they are not going to go along with Dave's protest on this. And Dave, I can tell what he's saying. He's saying, what are my players supposed to do? Because it did happen that J.T. DeBuck caught one in the eye and in the nose. But regardless, there's no call on it, and going to the line to have a 3-possession lead is Wilcox. He's got 13 in the game, and a chance for another 3-point play. Delivers. 63-56. The pressure is now on Union for real. Gidgel. And inside to Parks. They have really hemmed him up in the second half. Gidgel takes it all the way down the lane and gets the layup. Another Bank of Jackson shot for Bo Gidgel to cut it to 5. But what Union needs now, defensive stops. And this team from Shorter playing with a lot of confidence. What a block by Gidgel, and what a well-timed block it was. Big three. Yes! Jalen Johnson for 3, and timeout called by Wade Anderson because he saw the momentum shifting. It's a 30-second timeout. Union on top. Union still trailing 63-61, but rallying. More after this.
Buying a home is a major milestone, and at the Bank of Jackson, we want to help you achieve it. Our mortgage specialists can assist you with conventional, VA, FHA, or construction loans, as well as USDA and THDA development loans. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Wade Anderson has 2 timeouts remaining. Dave Niven 1. And I'm sure Dave's going to probably have to save this one until late in the game in case this one stays at about this margin. 63-61. Union had fallen behind 7. Now with a 5-0 run. And they need another stop to stop the bleeding that happened almost from the beginning of this second half after being up by as many as 15 in the first 20 minutes. And speed down the lane, and it doesn't fall. Great defense on the part of Union's front line, and the Bulldogs will play it with a chance to either tie or retake the lead with 6:15 remaining. And we'll see if the sermonettes have been effective. The last 2 possessions, it appears they have been. Now, they're spreading them out, but further up court, maybe trying to look for something backdoor. 10 on the shot clock. And Parks gets it. Parks with a big spin move for 13. We are tied again at 63. 7 unanswered points by the Bulldogs. And the jumper is there for the 3. Beautiful job by Reith. They almost lulled everybody to sleep. Shorter back to the lead by 3 with 5.5 to go. Driving again. And the kick out for the match 3. It's not there. Gidgel could not make it go. He's 1 out of 3 from behind the arc tonight. That hurt if you're a Union fan. That bomb was well short. Hit the edge of the backboard, and so Union will play it. We have not seen Shorter press a great deal tonight. They prefer to play more half-court defense. So to toss it in is Ty Parks. And you can tell he has really been... This has been a rough workout for him tonight. 31 minutes he's played out of the 35 that have expired on the court. It's Parks, and lost it off his foot. On the drive, it hit the edge of his shoe and went out of bounds. What an inopportune time for Union's 9th turnover. Just as they had an opportunity to close the game to potentially 1 or to tie it. And driving, overshooting, but the follow is there. Dunham with 6. Union again trailing by 2 possessions. Time ticking away. 4:26, 4:25, 4:24. Every possession so critical now. Down the lane for the layup. Gidgel with 17. But again, Union needs stops. And that is something that is not going to be given up very easily by Shorter. 4 minutes remaining. We have one more media timeout. Fall-away jumper is not there. Scrambling to get it. Union with a chance potentially to go within one, and the foul. Nope, they say double dribbling. And you can hear the locals erupting, and Dave Niven is absolutely unhappy about that one. He's not going to win the argument, but he is furious about that. And you can see him right in the face of the official. We're going to keep it right here because, that was an interesting call to say the least. But Dave's not going to win that argument, so it's going to go back down the opposite way with Union trailing by 3. This was a game that Union was significantly favored in, even though we told you at the beginning. This Shorter team, despite being 3-11 on the season, they have hung tough with a lot of teams. They just haven't been able to close the deal. Only one conference victory in the 10 games that they've played, but here they are leading Union 68-65 on the Bulldogs' home floor after trailing by 15 in the first half. But it's almost as if from the second they came out in the second half, they were on a mission and just absolutely began a rally, and Union seemingly couldn't buy a basket for the first 7 to 8 minutes of the half. Bulldogs are 8-6, 7-3 in the Gulf South Conference. But every possession now it's literally on the edge, and Union's going to bring everybody up front with the exception of Gidgel. And let's see how Dave plays this one defensively. High lobbed it, and it went out of bounds. That was a dangerous pass. Extremely dangerous pass, and there was just absolutely no way that Selman could catch up to that one. So, unforced error, and that one's a big one for Union. 3:39 remaining. 68-65 Shorter. And you can tell the Bulldogs are really, really tired at this point. Going for the three. In and out. And they get it. And they're on the run down the floor. No call on that one. And on the inside, blocked beautifully by Littlepage. And a new 20 on the shot clock for Shorter with 3:12 remaining. Remember, Niven only has one timeout remaining. Coach Anderson has 2 for the Hawks. Watch them try to go down the baseline. 12 on the shot clock. We'll count it down for you if you can't see the total. Big three. No, way right, and knocked out of bounds. Give it to Union. That was more of a volleyball exchange there underneath the goal. So Union, another opportunity to tie or to close within one, and we are under 3 minutes. This has been what you would call a grueling matchup between these two teams, particularly in the second half. And as I say, Shorter has played like a team on a mission, and the bank does not go high enough. It has been a rough second half for Ty Parks. Now prepared to take their time, Husu. He's only scored 2 points tonight, but he's the guy you want in there as your leading scorer down the stretch. 10 on the shot clock. They're just shaving time. Almost, and it is stolen. Great timing on that one. Union taking it all the way down for the kick out. No, it still will not fall. Union has just simply lost its range in three-pointers. Still 68-65. It seems like it's been that way forever, and Wade Anderson is going to call his next to last timeout. We'll keep it right here. It's just, if you just joined us, it is hard for me to describe the tale of two halves. Union on top, 44-31 at halftime. They led 44-29 late in the first half. In this second half, Union has been held to 21 points, and Shorter has put 37 on the board. But for Union to be held to 21 points is just, that's not Union basketball with this Dave Niven team. Our scoring, Knight Jr., the leader for Shorter with 20, and for the entire game, Wilcox with 14 and Brown with 12. So three of the guys that have Junior attached to their names, they have collected 46 of the 68 Shorter points. For Union, Gidgel with 17, Parks 13, Johnson 13. They've got 43 of Union's 65. But it has also been a second half where Shorter has asserted itself more on the boards with a 40-31 edge. Turnovers have been about even. 10-9, Union's committed one more. But it is down to critical possessions now. 21 left on the shot clock for the Hawks. Union is probably going to have to get one or two turnovers forced here in these closing 111 seconds. Now watch the rotation around the perimeter, and they're going to try to do dribble drive penetration if they possibly can. And off the hands, just lost his vision on it. Husu lost the timing on that. It went off of his fingertips, and he lost his vision down there. And so it is a three-point game. This is the fourth opportunity that Union has had to either tie or close to within one. It has to happen on this possession. Yeah, it is. Defender falls out of the way. Gidgel with 19. We got a one-point game, folks. 77 seconds to go. If you're Shorter, you want to see him squeeze all the time off of this clock that they can. A lot of quick passing. 10 on the shot clock. We are at 1 minute to go. Double spin move, and it's not there. But he gets the offensive board. Going for the bomb. No, short. They get it back. Union is not able to get one of these rebounds. Wade Anderson is spreading them out. They got 4 on the shot clock, and they can't get it. Union now with 35 seconds remaining. It's DeBuck, and Dave Niven takes his final timeout. He's got 21 on the shot clock, 27.3 on the game clock. We're not going anywhere, folks. We're going to stay right here. This is one of these plays that virtually anybody is one who could connect here, but if you wanted to be able to get it in the hands of somebody who in the clutch potentially could do it, you probably would say either Gidgel or Ty Parks. But you're also looking at somebody in here like J.T. DeBuck, who has an ability to hit from outside. Jalen Johnson has had a strong night tonight, 5 for 10 from the floor. Whoever can get the best shot at it. As I say, they can work it down to 6 seconds on the game clock. There is such a thing as scoring too quick. But if you have a wide open look, you can't pass it up. Boy, what a game this has been, and it is not what we at all thought we were going to have at halftime. Lady Bulldogs won the opener 99-39, but this has been a thriller that wasn't expected to be. So Union will have it. And it all comes down to this possession. And you're still going to have one possession left for Shorter. And the foul. And that's a smart foul because that is only the fourth team foul on the part of Shorter. And so they've got 2 more to waste with 23 seconds remaining. Expect another foul if they can, but DeBuck's trying to spread them out. 17 left in the game. And another foul. That's exactly what they're trying to do. That is the 15th foul. They can waste one more with 13.7 seconds remaining. And the key for Union is to try to get away from these foul opportunities. They're not going to foul twice because that would send Union to the line. And a foul. Nope, it's not going to be a foul. It was tipped out of bounds. They didn't say it was an over the back. No time went off the clock, so it's 13.7 seconds remaining. And Coach Anderson, I think, is saying, why didn't at least a few tenths go off? Down to 12, and the foul. That is the 6th foul. So he's not going to foul now because that would put Union on the line. And Coach Anderson still having a bit of discussion with the official. So, 11.9 seconds remaining. This is your ball game, folks. DeBuck to toss it in. And it's Parks. Parks for the win! But he'll go to the line for 2 with 8.2 seconds remaining. These are 2 of the biggest free throws of Ty Parks' career. He is an 83% shooter. And, folks, as we've said for many, many years, we will watch this along with you. We're tied. This to give Union the lead by 1. And remember, Wade Anderson has 1 timeout remaining. And timeout is called. And it's a 30-second timeout, and so Wade Anderson is going to try to set up his offensive possession, whether this is a miss by Parks or whether Union takes the lead by 1. He'll have 8 seconds to navigate it down for one final shot. And for Dave Niven at this point, it's basically setting his defense and trying to make absolutely sure that they maintain defensive position and not give up a cheap foul at the opposite end. Now, they could commit a foul because Union still has 1 to waste. So they could commit a foul, and it would be the 6th. Don't be surprised if Dave and the Bulldogs employ that strategy. Because in men's basketball, you don't get the ball at the opposite end of the floor. Parks tonight, 14 points, and this is huge. This to give Union the lead. Again, we'll watch with you. Bulldogs lead by 1. 8.2 remaining. And Union's going to have a modified press. Way back deep is Rife for Shorter. Folks, here's your ball game. Down to 5 to 4. They could foul. They don't. The block with 4/10 of a second remaining. Now, Union could still foul at this point. But all they have time to do in this particular instance, and they're going to look at this to see exactly how much time ought to be on the clock. So that's what they're looking at right now, is to see how much time will be left on the clock. Now, they got time enough to put in a volleyball tip or maybe one in which you just toss it in and a guy just simply slings it. Some teams have plays where if you've got a real tall guy underneath, and I could see that happening with somebody like Reith, you try to lob it into him underneath the basket and see if he could get a cheap one. It wouldn't be cheap if you won the game, but it would be cheap for the other team. 69-68 Union, and this is one of those, folks, take your blood pressure. And you can see they're setting the defensive posture for Union at this stage. The key thing they don't want to see happen, they have set it back to 1.5 seconds, so there's a second and a half. Again, very little opportunity to connect, but it has happened. And as I say, they got Dunham back deep. They've got all of their all-state players, their good hands players, trying to get somebody open. And they go for it. No, it's not there. That would have gone. Ball left his hands just a fraction of a second before. Let me tell you what, this is one that was just an amazing finish here. Union with those 2 free throws by Ty Parks wins it 69-68 in a game that was not intended to be that close. But, I think everybody in this arena is just about washed down from that. The tension has been enormous on that. 1.5 seconds left, and they put up a desperation shot. And you can see Dave Niven coming off the floor. He's glad to get the victory, but he knows that this was not the way it was supposed to be written in the script tonight. Bulldogs winning it by 1, having to come from behind in the second half after leading by 15 in the first half. My goodness gracious. And you can hear some of the chants going from some of the Bulldog faithful as they're getting ready to leave. Well, let me carry you through where we were. I'm going to try to reset this for those of you who just joined us because we got a little bit of time to cover here before we go to regular programming at E+ TV 6 in Jackson. Union, really the first half, the leads were most of the time between 8 and 15 points. The biggest lead was at 15, 44-29, with 31 seconds left in the first half. And then it was 44-31. Shorter got the last basket of the half, but Union was firmly in control. Well, suddenly in the first 3 minutes, this Shorter team made some adjustments and picked up the tempo of the game and went like a whirlwind around this Fred DeLay gymnasium floor, and in 3 minutes had sliced a 13-point lead down to 5. It was just amazing. And they got a lead as large as 7 at 63-56. That's where Union made one of its rallies to close it down to 63-61. Well, it kept going back in 2, and there was not an extraordinary amount of scoring in the final 5 minutes of this contest, except, see, think about this, 63-61 and 7.5 minutes left, 63-56. The final 7.5 minutes, Union outscored Shorter 13-5, but it was so spread out, and Union made about 3 rallies and just simply could not get over the top with that. And our thanks to our sports information director, Stephen Aldridge, for, as he does, bringing us all of those great. I don't know if I have to talk to his agent about making a cameo appearance on camera tonight, but we'll see if we can settle that. But this was one of those just odd games, a 69-68 game. I mean, certainly it was a thriller, but it came down to Ty Parks' 2 free throws, and then Union having to play extraordinary defense in the final 8 seconds. And oddly enough, you have to wonder whether it was too much of a gamble on the part of Wade Anderson, because he had 3 fouls to waste and committed them all, attempting to break up Union's momentum coming down the floor in that final 31 seconds of the game. And ultimately what did happen is Ty Parks was fouled and had 2 shots and collected them both. Tie in the game tonight, 4 for 4, but none any bigger, probably in his entire career, than those two right there. They were just huge on that. He struggled in the second half because it seemed like he could not hit, and they defensed him very, very tough, but he could not hit a three from outside in the second half, and then he had some struggles on the inside. They were defensing him very hard. And he ended up with 15 points, and it was huge for him to get that closing set of free throws on that, and you would expect that from him because of the kind of percentage shooter that he is. Let me take a look in. We'll go through the stats, and then we'll give you the scoring totals and tell you who the player of the game is. Well, for Shorter, they had three guys, all with junior attached to their name, and they did a brilliant job in the second half. They were sensational. And it was Ricky Knight Jr. with 20, and Wilcox Jr., and of course that's Mark Wilcox Jr., he only averages 7 a game, and he had 14. And Ricky Knight Jr. had a 12-point-a-game average, was over his total with 20. And then Chris Brown Jr. with 12. And Brown is not even among their leading scorers, but he had a sensational night, particularly in the second half, and had a couple of three-pointers. Knight, one of his issues was that he had 3 3-pointers, but he was 3 out of 12. So it was very, very tough for him tonight. But anyway, looking at their totals on the evening, 26 of 67 for 39% from the floor, and then 6 out of 28 in three-point. That may be one of the big keys to this game tonight, is that they could not hit well from outside. 6 of 28 for 21%, and that's about where they stayed most of the game. They were 10 of 12 from the free throw line. It's a good free throw shooting team, 83%. They out-rebounded Union 43-33, and listen to this offensive rebound, 17-8 over the Bulldogs. And that's why this Shorter team kept getting so many second and third chance opportunities at the basket in the second half. And then free throws, they were 10 out of 12 for 83%. But in the clutch, it just didn't happen. We only had 21 fouls called in this game. They committed 11. Union committed 10. That's another big factor because people did not go to the free throw line a great deal. We only had 24 free throws shot in the entire game. But Knight with 20, Wilcox 14, and Brown 12. But after getting a 7-point lead in the second half, they frittered it back away, and it was not enough for the Shorter Hawks. Let's flip over and look at Union on the night. 24 of 57 for 42%. Now, at halftime, they were shooting about 50. Three-pointers in the second half, that just seemingly went away from them. It was like an ice block. 11 of 33 for 33%. And then in free throws, that was the big key tonight because this Union team on the season, 72% in free throw shooting, but tonight 83, and they needed every last one of them. They were 10 of 12 for 83%. As we say, they lost the rebounding edge, 43-33. Committed 10 turnovers to 11 for Shorter. Now let's go down the scoring, and we'll give you those totals. It was Bo Gidgel with 19 points. He was 7 of 12 from the floor. He had 1 3-pointer, and he hit his first 4 free throws tonight, and boy, did Union need those. He was 4 of 6 overall, had 8 rebounds, and so he had collectively strong stats tonight. Had 2 assists and a steal. And then 15 points for Ty Parks, and as I said, they really bore down on him defensively in the second half. But those 2 free throws down the stretch, Ty was 4 for 4. He was only 4 of 12 from the field, 3 of 9 in three-pointers, but he added 4 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals. Had 3 block shots in the game. Gidgel had a block shot. And then Jalen Johnson, 13 points in a game, 5 out of 10 from the field, 3 out of 8 three-pointers. He went through a hot stretch late in the first half. Had a couple of assists and a steal as well. And so those were your big guns for Union. Little Page added 6. Justin J.T. DeBuck had 6. But your leader tonight, we're going to give our player of the game to Bo Gidgel because overall, and he played a lot of the second half with 3 fouls because that happened with about 10 minutes to go in the game. But Dave Niven put him back in with about 7 minutes left, and he played for the duration. But 19 points and 1 3-pointer. He had 4 free throws, which was better than his average usually is, and 8 rebounds. All of his total. So our player of the game is going to be Bo Gidgel, and our congratulations to him from the Bulldog Blitz. Well, it's hard for me not to call this Bulldog Blitz with this telecast, but our BallGame Blitz Sports Network Player of the Game award goes to Bo Gidgel tonight. And we're getting down to the closing 5 minutes here, so let me just give you our details on what's ahead. We'll be back here Saturday afternoon. By the way, Lady Bulldogs won 99-39 between co-players of the game. Shanique Lucas, you would expect it from her, and Leah Church. Leah Church was the leader for Union with 15 points, but leading rebounder was once again Shanique Lucas, and she added 13 tonight. That's the second straight home game that Leah Church has had 15 points in, so she had a tremendous game tonight, and Union got out to a 29-15 lead in the first quarter, and at halftime they were up by 30, game over. And it was a question whether they were going to get to 100, and came just short of it because the scoring pace went down in the final quarter, but Union won it 99-39. And I told you that Mark Campbell would probably say in an interview, we just didn't play very well at all in the fourth quarter. And he told me that downstairs, coming out of the locker room after his game was over with. I've been around Mark so many years, I pretty well read him. But we will be back here on Saturday afternoon. We'll be here at 1:45 will be our telecast time. And then at 2 o'clock, it is Union against Lee, and that is going to be a barn burner between those two women's teams. Union trailing by 2 games in the conference standings coming into tonight. Lee was undefeated in the conference going into their game tonight with Christian Brothers. So this is going to be a big one for the Lady Bulldogs to try to slice this down to a 1-game lead in the conference. So that will be our opener. And Marty Rowe, I got news for you, with them undefeated in the conference. Marty is going to have a solid team coming in here. He always does. But he's one of our favorite people back to the NAIA years. And Union and Lee, with those two teams, are the biggest rivals in the conference. And so we look forward to that one. And then the men will be tipping off at approximately 4 o'clock, and that's another big one. This was huge for Union tonight because they're 8-3, so they will stay at least 1 game behind, only 1 game behind in the conference standings. Lee was 8-2 coming into tonight. Union 7-3. The Bulldogs now 9-6 overall, but they're playing much better in the conference. But I can tell you, Dave Niven, when we talked to him in our pregame interview with him on Saturday, I'm sure he'll have a lot to say about how this shorter team gave Union such fits tonight before the Bulldogs won it 69-68. So we'll be here at 1:45 on Saturday afternoon, and 2 o'clock will be our tip-off time between the Lady Bulldogs and the Lady Flames. And then Union is going to be going on the road for 3 games in a row. They'll be at Delta State, Mississippi College, and West Georgia. And so we won't be back here for 19 days when Christian Brothers comes to town, and that will be on Thursday night, the 26th. So we're about done with it, and I've said about everything that I can say to recap these games right here. It has been a fabulous night with our crew. They have done a terrific job, and I thank all of them because they're the people that we really appreciate. They make my job so much easier. So why don't we right now show the folks at home who were your people who made this program possible tonight. The executive producer of Worthy Road Studios and BallGame Blitz is Paul Schultze, and the executive producer of Union University Athletics is Stephen Aldridge. And tonight our cameras, Andrew Burris, Adriana Bolin, and Eric Inman. Our ever-cool, ever-present director, Christopher Reasons, who, again, was at the helm of some great switching tonight. And, of course, our producers, Paul Schultze, and yours truly, Steve Beverly. So until we are with you once again on Saturday afternoon for Union against Lee, on behalf of everybody at BallGame Blitz Sports Network, this is Steve Beverly saying, come back to see us every chance you get, and so long from the great hub city of West Tennessee.